We're gonna beat these assholes.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living, but as year gave way to year the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him, Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.
Hello, hello, hello. How we doing, everybody? How we doing? Howdy. Hello, how we doing? Happy No King's Day. Hello, Webmage 101. Hello, Kaname-kun the Alpha. Hello, CMH006. Hello, how we all doing, everybody? If I look tired, it's because I am extremely tired. Hello, Lady of the Meadow. Hello, Crane. Hello, Orvillaby. Hello, Erica. Hello, Gwenifer. Hello, Tyrion the Himalayan Salt Dragon. Hello, Yannick de Nieuwborg. Hello, Zach Fletcher. Hello, Eddie. Hello, Jay. Hello, Just to Be Here. Hello, Nathan.
Jack, help, I've been awake for 25 hours. Also, No Kings was great, so many inflatables, but more importantly, so many people. The marching has filled me with hope. Thank you.
Oh, 10,000%. And yeah, 100%. It's one of the main purposes of events like this. It building up that hope. It takes effort. It takes work. Also, get some sleep. Hello, Tazmilly's Hero. Hello, Failsafe. Hello, Nimbleline. In my small town, we had exactly one counter protester. Hell yeah.
Today was a perfect No Kings in Oakland with my chosen family.
That's so wonderful, One-Eyed Heathen. And thank you for the $5 super chat. Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono as well. So many inflatables here in Portland. Hell yeah, Failsafe. Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. Hello, Matthew Denhoff. Hi, comrade. Me and the little girl are a bit sick, so we got strawberry shortcake on the TV for her, and you're on my phone. That sounds like a wonderful combo. Hello, how we doing, folks? Hello, Danger Days. Hello, how we doing, Samantha's Trains? Hello, Witch Night Melody. Hello, Prundo. Hello, Story the Bard. Hello, Gamer G. Yeah, Born to Eep, Forced to Organize. Indeed, that is kind of the name of the times, isn't it? Hello, River Garcia. Hello, Horizon. Hello, Fox of Fate. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Salmon Moose. And we actually have a soundboard now, believe it or not, that I need to launch the software for. Hello, my rear end. Hello. How we doing, folks? Of course.
How can we all have died at the same time?
Hello, Werix. Hello. How we doing? Upside Jack, that sleep you're having tonight is going to be absolutely wonderful. Counterpoint, the sleep that I unintentionally got was really wonderful. I was prepping for this stream, and then I unintentionally fell asleep for like an hour and a half, so I'm doing a little bit better than I would be otherwise. Hello, Not Smirt. Hello. How we doing? Blue Baron, thank you for the $2 super chat. Oh yeah, the inflatable costumes are a 10 out of 10 idea. I wore one today to the protest. I got myself a Battletoads outfit, Portland Frog classic. Hello, Aquatic Shrimp. Hello, Travis T. Hello, Jammer. Hello, Ralph DeMarco. Hello, Gem. What up, No Kings? Indeed, frogs don't have kings. Neither should we. Pretty simple logic. Stoner Witch, hello. Hello, Dragon Wing. Surprised you don't have Peterson's "You Are a Normal Rat" in that soundboard. I guarantee you someone has already clipped that, and it's waiting for me to put on the soundboard, but I've been like sorting out this office space and consolidating boxes, and I've been doing a lot of stuff that you can't necessarily see, but I promise you guys I will get to organizing the soundboard. Hello, Steve Dories. Hello, how we doing, folks? Ahoy, hoy, everyone. Saw your Blue Sky posts and made me so happy, actually beyond happy to see all the No Kings people out, brighten my day. We're all in the same boat here, folks, and you are not alone. That is one of the big takeaways here, you know? OMG, whoever said these events have tons of cute older women weren't kidding. Forget kissing two dads, right? They're basically building MILF City out there every No Kings protest, okay? I literally danced with children. I gave so many high fives and took so like people took so many pictures with me. It was crazy. Um let's see. Kings are for JRPGs. Yeah, indeed. Curtis Sliwa went on the Adam Friedman podcast. Oh my god, I bet that's some top tier comedy. MILF Metropolis, indeed. Superman would have been a very different story if Superman had been a MILF. You know, no one ever asks the real questions. Howdy, folks. Let's talk about it. Let's get into our No Kings Day talks. You know, because you know, we got a lot to talk about when it comes to No Kings Day. We're gonna do our No Kings stuff. We're gonna talk about, you know, current events as we are wont to do, and we are also going to um talk a little bit about why it's important, why it is necessary for people to come out and organize like this. Like I've been seeing some insane pushback
A
from
gay couple
far
got
left
married at my
circles.
protest, or at least close to the march. Everyone cheered. It was beautiful.
It really was, right? That's so beautiful, Nathan. Let's see. The Richard Kind clip from his episode on Adam's show is so funny, right? The Richard Kind episode is just a 10 out of 10. Isn't that just Power Girl? Is Power Girl a MILF? And if so, why don't they call her Power Woman? Hmm. Hmm. Sexism. That's why. Um. Oh yeah, the LARPing Maoist crowd are pissed. Yeah, I don't know. Like I've gotten a few comments on some of the videos I've put out recently where people are like, "Why does it matter?" And it's like, what do you mean? Why does it matter? Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean organizing 7 million people to take coordinated action to show displeasure against the government doesn't matter? Oh, it's only performative bullshit to like get 7 million people to coordinate doing something.
Just
God,
got back from the San Antonio
dipshits.
protest. It was a blast, so many frogs and even a shrimp. Gave out water and granola bars with my blah juvia.
Oh, that's wonderful. Canon Lefevre, thank you for the $5 super chat. Important to make a statement. We need it more often. Well, that's kind of like that's kind of the goal, right? Like the goal is to send a message and show in a visual and unmistakable way that this regime does not have public support. That in fact millions of people give a damn enough about it that they're willing to hit the streets, use their time, you know, to voice said displeasure and do something that's, let's be honest, grossly inconvenient to most of us, you know? And so like that sends a real message to companies or schools or institutions that are thinking of capitulating to this regime. It sends a message to the regime itself. It is, in fact, extremely useful to organize in this way. Not to mention the fact that if you can organize 7 million people to go above and beyond and turn out to a coordinated protest, you can organize, you know, millions of people to do other things too. You know, there is actual power being leveraged here. It is not merely performative bullshit. You know, one person perhaps protesting alone might be performative bullshit, but millions? No. One small criticism I have of No Kings, I want I went to my towns today, doesn't have the same impact as, say, MLK's bus boycotts or other things. Well, that's also because, like, MLK's bus boycotts, there's a coherent ask, it has an economic impact, and it's also something that, like, there isn't really a direct equivalent for, like, in today's, like, I don't know. I don't think, for example, if No Kings was pushing a bus boycott, it would be as successful. But, like, I think that what we're looking at is, rather than economic impact, we're looking at social impact. We're looking at cultural impact. We're looking at um the potential to do a lot more. Like, for example, if let's just think this out. If we are able to leverage millions of people, and keep in mind there are going to be more of these that are going to get bigger. The goal is to make it bigger and bigger. And if we can leverage millions of people to turn out to protest, and we can actually kind of exercise that muscle, and we can get people to go out to protest more, or to do more in-depth protests, that actually winds up making things like a general strike a much more real possibility. And that is one of the reasons why, right, companies and institutions pay very close attention to events like this, because they know that this is not just performative bullshit. It is, in a sense, a shot across the bow. It is a, implicit threat to their ability to control masses of people, and or the established order. Like, there is a possibility, a whiff in the air of revolutionary potential there, and that terrifies people who are, have a vested interest in there not being a revolution. And so, one of the things to really do here is that to really understand is that this is a gateway for people to get more politically involved. This is a gateway to people getting on board with more in depth action, like general strikes. And I want to remind all of you that in 2028, which is not that far away, the major unions of this country are planning to coordinate with each other to have contract negotiations around the same time. And if we can continue to grow a protest movement like this, that represents an incredibly grave threat to corporate power in this country. And if they don't figure out a way to, like, you know, meet some of these protest demands by either standing strong in the face of Donald Trump, or um what have you, like, they're gonna be in a really bad spot with an activated electorate.
But Jack, I want to make LARPy virtue signal on my social media.
Well, and the thing is, I think a lot of people mistake, like, libs getting active in politics, or um being radicalized to take action, or even just people at protests having fun, as LARPy bullshit, because protests shouldn't be fun, they're serious business. But, like, that's not uh, I don't know. That's just an issue someone has with, like, tone. You're, like, trying to tone police protests of millions. It's crazy. That's why I don't feel like it's a serious complaint that, like, oh man, people are wasting their time organizing for mass demonstrations. Like, that's wild. Can't they be both? They can be both. But, like, you don't have to go to a protest and be somber about it, you know? This isn't my Maoist revolution. Yeah, exactly. And it just doesn't have to be that, you know? The revolution is nigh and you're laughing. All right. I actually my bladder is small and sad, and so I need to go pee real quick. I will be right back. Don't you guys go anywhere. And when I return, we will start our segments in earnest. BRB, everybody.
Would you have freedom from wage slavery and join in the grand industrial band? Would you from misery and hunger be free and come do your share like a man? There is power in a band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union grand. Would you have Sharon's gold in the sky and live in a shack away in the back? Would you have wings up in heaven to fly and starve here with rags on your back? There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union land. If you've had enough of the blood of the lamb, then join in the grand industrial band. If for a change you would have eggs and ham, come do your share like a man. There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union band. Well, if you like sluggers to beat off your head, then don't organize or unions despise. If you are nothing before you are dead, shake hands with your boss and look wise. There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union band. Oh, come, oh, ye workers from every land, join in the grand industrial band. Then we our share of this earth shall demand. Come do your part like a man. There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union land. Would you take contently what's put in your hand, less than you earn with one leg to stand? Would you believe what they tell you to be, or with brothers go out to sea? There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union brand. There is power in those band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union band, one industrial union land, one industrial union band.
Okay, we're back. Whew. How we doing, folks? Jazz hands, you know. You know. All right, let's go. I love the left. Me too, KP. Here we go.
Socialism is when the government does stuff.
Oh, I'm exhausted, Ms. Milena.
Jack, have you considered adding some Jesse Wells to the songs of resistance? I think ITD fit.
It might. I need to listen to more Jesse Wells. I need to, like, I want to fit the vibe, you know? All right. So, folks, we gotta talk about No King's Day. I got out there today, put on the uniform of Revolution, which, as we all know, is an inflatable costume of some kind. I myself chose to emulate the Portland Frog and brought that energy here. in the Twin Cities area, and it was really delightful. You know, people from all walks of life. There were children, there were babies, there were dogs, there were adults, there were elderly people. I took so many photographs with folks. People just wanted to take pictures with a silly inflatable, or dance, or like get high fives. It was interesting, right? I'm not a terribly social person in that way, but I put myself out there, and it was fun. It was interesting, and I gotta say, there's a video somewhere of me dancing with like a maybe like a 3 or 4 year old girl who is just absolutely delighted to be dancing with a giant frog. And it's a lot of people I think have been wondering about like the inflatable costume thing, and I think it's genuinely a great way to engage with protest. It makes it less scary, it makes it silly, it makes the events more approachable. And honestly, it undermines attempts by the regime to label the protests as these violent, horrid affairs full of terrorists. And you might be thinking, "What? But Jack, they would never just do that, would they? They would never just say that every one of their political adversaries is like a Hamas loving terrorist, would they?"
Proved that the Democrat Party's main constituency are made up of Hamas terrorists, illegal aliens, and violent criminals. That is who the Democrat Party is catering to, not the Trump administration and not the White House and not the Republican Party, who is standing up for law-abiding Americans, not just across the country, but around the world.
Oh, that's so bizarre. All right, that's the White House press secretary, trying to label all protesters as Hamas loving terrorists, and I guess a packed street in Missoula is look at all of these Hamas loving terrorists and undocumented immigrants and violent criminals. Look at all of them. It's crazy. It's crazy how many people have been able to organize, despite being incredibly violent criminals. Well, let's take a look. Apparently, Washington, D.C. was invaded by a bunch of terrorist-loving violent criminals today. Let's take a look. Oh, they did, Nathan. As I'm watching this, I can't help but notice that, like, for a bunch of terrorist-loving, violent criminals, they don't seem to be like attacking each other or anything. This actually seems like a pretty orderly and chill demonstration here in Washington D.C. But maybe that's because Donald Trump has restored order with then all the National Guardsmen's everywhere. Maybe that's why. Let's check in with New York City. Wretched hive of scum and villainy, according to the administration. Let's take a look. Huh. Weird. It's almost like people are just like milling about down there. They're not. Huh, why can't we hear all the gunfire and the screams of the wounded? It's I thought these were violent terrorist loving criminals. Oh, yeah. Brecco might be correct. Maybe Antifa has hired a bunch of newbies, and they haven't been trained in the art of how to be violent and terrorist loving. Maybe that's just not the case. Here, let's take a closer look at the ground in New York City. Maybe we're just not seeing it up close and personal. Let's take a look. Well, This can't possibly be right. They're just chanting. They're chanting and holding signs. As I mean, as violent terrorist lovers do. Um, just a bunch of violent terrorism loving people who are probably also going to go see Mamma Mia as as the violent terrorists do. Um, Terrorists are very famous for their love of musical theater. So, Jack, they're making me feel scared. Please stop. Well, look. Okay, look. I know it's really intimidating to see. But let's take a look at North Carolina. All right, North Carolina, like obviously, hotbed of terrorism and violent crime.
Saturday today. But again, this is a live look back here at home, a live look at First Ward Park. We heard from speakers, several speakers, and after those speeches wrapped up, there was a song as folks got ready to hit the streets to march. Any moment now, we are expecting folks to march there through uptown, 1.1 miles, then back. And look, folks, and these are not just, although we are expecting more people across the country, so a lot of these folks were at the first No Kings protests.
You all, okay, so, we're, I mean, obviously the proper way for a reporter to report live on violent criminals and terrorists organizing within the community is, very matter of fact and not at all fussed tone. Because that's professionalism right there. He's keeping it together, okay? He's just keeping it together. He's holding down all of the fear and adrenaline. All right? That is training right there. Okay? That's training. Let's take a look here. Well, okay, Alabama. Alabama, clearly Alabama, hotbed of terrorism and violent crime. Here's Huntsville. Say, whoa. Back it up. Look at this. We have our first violent terrorist caught on camera with a corpse strapped to their back, because these people are sick. They're sick puppies. Okay, they're just violent terrorists, the main constituents of the Democratic Party, violent terrorists. And it appears that the skeleton is holding a sign that says, "This administration is killing me." So we're okay. Maybe there's not much to that claim either. Let's okay. Well, let's take a look here. Let's take a look at a drive-through of, again, Huntsville, Alabama. Yeah, let's see if we can catch more of these violent terrorists. Huntsville, Alabama. Wait a minute. Back it up. Enhance. We have a weaponized Tyrannosaurus Rex. That's right. These terrorists are in fact very well funded, and they are. We're getting reports that for any of you who have seen the documentary Jurassic World 3, they have been weaponized for military purposes. We are seeing one now deployed in the field, and a terrifying prospect, of course. And look, we have a giant bee, everyone. The genetic engineering that allowed for the creation of dinosaurs in the modern era and their weaponization has allowed them to create a genetically engineered human-sized bee. And now these human-sized bees have proportionally sized stingers. So, of course, they can absolutely be very deadly in a pinch. This, of course, looks to be like some kind of honeybee type creature, and obviously, it only gets one sting and then it dies. So, not it also looks pretty happy. Uh, Clearly because it has just seen perhaps another bee sting a hapless civilian and is happy at the carnage. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Back it up, back it up, back it up. Enhance, enhance, enhance. All right. Did we? Aha. Aha. Where is he? There he is. Look at that. Look at that. These sick terrorist fucks have deployed a literal monster. A literal monster to the field. They say he's a cookie monster, but who's to say he's gonna stop at cookies? He can eat cookies. He looks big enough to eat a whole man. A whole human man. All right? These terrorists are devious. They're getting all the way into Alabama. The infiltration is on another level. They have somehow deployed monsters in the middle of Huntsville, Alabama. That's right, folks. You're hearing this first here live on Riverboat Jack. See, you can see at the end there several more dinosaurs deployed to the field. Clearly, just seconds away from ripping apart hapless individuals in the vicinity. I can't take all the carnage. I know. It takes a strong stomach to look at all of this suffering. But obviously, let's take a look at Long Island, New York, epicenter of much destruction.
Strong and weak rhetoric leads to the House Speaker calling a naked bike ride the most terrifying thing I've seen.
Ironically, it makes them look incredibly weak. Also, as we all know, music can be played at a volume that is harmful for human ears. And look, you can see one man here, his ears clearly bursting. It's an unseen amount of damage is clearly occurring here. Long Island, that's like the Hitlerville of New York. Yeah, people turned out literally everywhere. Literally everywhere in this country, people were turning out. Yeah, he may be dead already. I've seen movies before where people's ears, their eardrum bursts and blood runs out, and maybe he almost died as a result. Obviously, we also have a number of quite scary individuals turning up here. Here is a picture from Richmond, Virginia. We have a lot of different people turning up here. We have a coordinated Ken and Barbie in attendance here. Clearly, they have defected and they are now fighting for the terrorists. It's truly a mark of the times. Yeah, not the trads, exactly. Let's take a look here at Los Angeles. Hotbed again, a secondary hotbed of scum and villainy. Well, I can't play that. There we go. Now, you can see clearly many people.
I believe they may be weaponizing the brown note as documented by genius scientists the Mythbusters.
As you can see, we can neither confirm nor deny that a brown note was being played here in LA, causing everyone to shit their pants in a horrifying act of terrorism. But you know, it's truly America may never recover. Truly, too many pants will be shitted. Here is you know, for those of you trying to get a gauge on the size of these protests, here's several of them compared by the No Kings crew. Got Minneapolis, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., Chicago, New York City, San Diego, Boston. Truly crazy. The level of organizing, though, like, I'm going to shed the bit for a bit here. Like, a lot of people turned out today, folks. And some of the initial estimates indicate over 7 million. We won't know the true number for a bit as people take stock of various estimates of turnout. But millions more people turned out for this one than the last one. And here's San Diego, right? Look at this. The march coming down. And I just gotta say, right, like, we're seeing a lot of people turn up who don't usually turn up. Okay? Like, I took a picture next to a man who was at least, like, in his late 80s, possibly early 90s. There was a retirement home right across the right across the way, and he had to use a walker. But he just had the biggest smile on his face as I posed, doing a thumbs up as a giant inflatable frog. Like, these people, these are not people who find it easy to get out there. You know, these are people who have to make time. These are people who have to put in a lot of effort to go out into the world and make these protests happen. But they're doing it because they believe it is important. Here is my my hometown here.
Afternoon. You're looking at Minneapolis, Minnesota, more than 2,600 No Kings events around the country. That'll do it for me this hour. I'm Von Hilliard here in Washington, D.C. Thanks for watching. My colleague Stephanie Rule picks up our coverage of the protests right after this break. Afternoon.
Like, it is honestly inspiring to see so many people from so many different walks of life coming together to make a political statement in unison. I mean, like, even like, people did No Kings protests on the tops of mountains today. Look at this. Like, people climbed literal mountains, and still they found a way to make a statement today. It is wild the amount of work people are putting in to turn up. And you might even think, like, okay, well, you know, you got Alabama, you got a bunch of different places around here doing protests. What about Florida? What about, like, the hotbed of conservatism, right? Here is Palm Beach Gardens in Florida. Floridians turned out too. Okay? All of these places, by the way, where folks are like, "Oh, the Trump voters, they deserve what's coming." These places are turning up to protest too. Because what is happening right now is that Trump's support is cratering. It is cratering, and people who might not, are not socialists. They're like average libs. They're people who don't regularly think about politics. Or even sometimes in some cases conservatives turning out to protest. Here is again Florida. Look at this. Both sides of the road covered. Like hundreds of people in small towns across this country turned out. In each, and not like in total, I mean like hundreds of people in every small town turned up. Okay? It's been really, really heartening to see. And I really wanted to sit down here and just engage with a couple of the questions I've been seeing. Yeah, One-Eyed Heathen says, I was out with my blind cane. People came out, right? And so some people ask, like, what is the point of such a performative protest? And my response to that is, this isn't a performative protest. This isn't bullshit. This is actual political action. This is what building a mass political movement looks like. This is what it means. Like, you're seeing it happen. Yeah, Dragonfly, more than 2,000 people in her conservative town. Like, this is what it looks like to actually have the political movement that people have been waiting for a generation. This is people coming together from every walk of life, from every part of this country, in such a diffuse way that they are not organizing and like going to one protest, right? There's not just one No Kings protest. There is a No Kings protest in like every city and town, major city and town in America. People turned out in such a way that it is impossible to stop them. This administration, if it wanted to, is not capable of actually stopping people from turning out and doing this protest. Okay? It is a show of power. Actual, real political power to get this many people to coordinate in this way. It is real. It is tangible. And it is read as a, if you are a CEO and you're seeing people coordinate like this, your initial thought is, what does that mean for my labor? What does that mean? And they know what it means. It's a direct threat to their bottom line.
One of the chairs of my DSA chapter was a keynote speaker in my area. We are a purple/red leaning district.
Hell yeah, Andrew S. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Because this isn't performative politics. This is what actual real power applied and building is. Right? The last No Kings protest had, I believe, around 5 million
in San
people
Antonio
turn out.
There was a weeb convention. When we marched past, we asked the cosplayers to march with us. A lot them did. PPL are waking up.
It's true, Simric. It's true. There, like in the protests I went to, there were no counter protesters. There were no cops. Cops didn't even go there. I didn't see a single one. It was like nonstop honking of horns. It was nonstop like support from people in the community. There were people dressed up. There were people with all kinds of signs. There were people of every single age imaginable there. NYPD itself made 0 arrests. NYPD! Were there really 0 arrests nationwide? That's crazy. From those that I have heard, from people that I have heard, like, oh, there was like a counter protest presence. It's like there was one guy, like one guy showed up. There was an example that I saw on social media, and it tickled me. But it's really indicative of the overall, tone of the protests. Let me pull it up here real quick. Where are you at? Here we go. Here we go. This is it. This is a lone counter protester in San Diego. Just getting followed around with a Benny Hill soundtrack. Like, it's just, these people look silly. These people look silly, like silly losers. It's incredible, right? And when we're looking at what is happening here, you are seeing like anywhere from 2 to like 3% of the country's population motivated to coordinate and take political action together. You know, it takes time. It takes effort. It takes like physical presence. And that has a material effect. People are doing things. They're doing things. They're taking political action. That's what this is. And especially what scares people in power, right? What scares CEOs, what scares this administration is that they see this and they understand a very basic relationship. And that is that if you can coordinate millions of people in a growing movement in this way, you can coordinate them in a lot of other ways too. You can coordinate them to do boycotts. You can coordinate them to like attend mass events. You can coordinate them to oppose regime action, to slow regime action, to render regime action completely ineffective. They can't, like, again, they can't stop these protests even though they want to. Even though they want to. They can't do it. And so what we're looking at here is something that is guaranteed to grow. Like, Donald Trump is not going to suddenly become more popular months from now. That's not going to happen.
Churches and dictators, politics and papers, everything crumbles sooner or later, but love, I believe in love. Elton John, believe.
Hell yeah.
Peace sign emoji, red
Mr.
heart
Anderson.
emoji.
Mr. Anderson, it's been a great 2 years. Thank you for being a member. Can't believe it's been 2 years already. But I want you all to understand that the biggest unions in this country are coordinating to negotiate their contracts in 2028. Around the same time. And these protests are gonna grow. And if you have growing unrest, and if you have growing dissatisfaction with this administration, and you have this coordinated material action by unions, then you're looking at a very real threat to corporate power in this country. A threat that is poised to materialize in a way that we have never seen before in this country. Okay? Yeah, and Dragonfly is right. Like, the theory that is popular amongst the No Kings crowd is Erica Chenoweth's 3.5% rule, which is that in all of the authoritarian or attempted authoritarian power grabs that they have studied, no regime has been able to successfully institute an authoritarian rule when 3.5% of the population is activated. Not a single one. So what is going to happen here is that guys, we are less than a year into this administration. In less than a year, like, and some of the preliminary numbers are that 7 million people have coordinated to take action. And I mean, guys, we added 50% to the turnout of last No Kings. If that trend holds, we are going to hit we're gonna hit that number next No Kings. And this is not sustainable for them. Understand what this is. Understand the power that has been arrayed here. Understand that the marches actually accomplish something. This is not just idle bullshitting. It's not just flattering individual egos. We are going to win. That is what this means. That is what this means, chat. And if you can leverage that power to defeat an authoritarian regime, you can leverage that power to do anything. You can leverage that power to get Medicare for all. You can leverage that power to end homelessness as a problem. You can leverage that power to feed the hungry and to clothe those who need it. You can do so much more, and that terrifies the billionaire class. It terrifies the conservative administration that every day falls farther down towards fascism. It terrifies them. Because this is a power that they cannot stop. And the more that they clamp down, the more people are going to radicalize and turn out to these events. Okay? Because this isn't going to be the last one. There are going to be more of these.
We had a Charlie Kirk memorial today at the same time as our protest, 3 blocks away. We outnumbered them 3-1 in Florida.
Oh my god, that is incredible news, Mix Sinister. Thank you for the $5 super chat. And I just want to remind you all that, this is not a movement that can really be stopped. Right? And that is by design. When you look at the organization around, Indivisible
the
or
right
5051...
has pivoted to calling it pointless, lol. Yesterday, we were all radical terrorists. Had a very different tune about the Tea Party protests.
Exactly, Brutus Magnuson, and thank you for the $5 super chat. And that's why I also want to really emphasize here that anyone who is saying that today was pointless, anyone who is saying that this accomplished nothing and that this is meaningless, performative nonsense, understand that they are doing the work of the regime. Whether or not they call themselves a liberal or a communist or a conservative, they are doing the work of an authoritarian regime. Okay? And what is actually happening from conservatives, at the very least, is cope. They are afraid. They want to downplay the importance of this. They want to make it a non-story. But the joke's on them, because this is going to continue to be a story. They could try tomorrow to arrest Ezra Levin, the person who is one of the co-founders of Indivisible. They could arrest him tomorrow. They could disappear him. You could never hear from him again. That would not stop this movement. That would not stop this movement. They could attempt to clamp down on protests, but they do not have the ability to do that. Even if they deployed every state's National Guard to every major city, that would not stop people from turning out in the suburbs. It would not stop people from turning out in rural areas. It would not stop people from actually gathering and protesting in this way, and it would, in fact, spur more people to do so. They are trapped. There is no victory here for them. And, there is very good reason here to hope. And that's not to say that we aren't going to have to do a lot of work, because we are going to have to do a lot of work. Those of you who have gotten involved, you're going to have to get more involved. You're going to have to do more. Those of you who missed the protest this time, do everything you can to make sure you make the next one. You know? Those of you who have already like been there and you understand kind of what your local protest situation is, get more people to come with you next time. Get family members to come with you. Get friends, get coworkers, get your sports clubs, get your chess leagues, get your D&D group to come with you next time. Join DSA, join your local Dems, because folks, we are going to win. One of the main reasons you want to have this kind of turnout and to have these protests is because they're fun as hell, number one. And number two, they give people hope. Because I've been saying this for a while now, and I hope a lot of you guys understand after today that hope is something that you have to do. Hope does not just, hope doesn't just spring from the ground. You have to cultivate hope. You have to work at hope. It takes action to breed hope. And so when you see millions of people come together, all of those people acting in unison, that makes hope. And we're gonna win this shit.
We had 175 people show up in my rural Wisconsin county in Van Orden's district. Way more friendly car horn honks than middle fingers. Was a sight.
I mean, in Werix, 100%. Like, you are seeing a mass movement the likes of which I don't think I have ever seen. No, not in my lifetime. This is the kind of movement that has the potential not just to get us a new deal or a new deal, but a potential to get us something better than the New Deal ever was. We have the potential to remake our world to be a kinder and more just one for each and every one of us, where billionaire excesses are not tolerated, where you aren't having hundreds of billions of dollars wasted away on large language models that are just going to like convince our children to kill themselves. Like, we don't have to do that. It doesn't have to be this way. We don't have to be teetering on the verge of losing $1 trillion from our healthcare system. We could, in fact, just fully fund our healthcare system. Make it free at point of service. Instead of giving hundreds of billions of dollars to build data centers across the United States that are going to poison our water and kill the soil and destroy the surrounding communities. It doesn't have to be this way. There's a reason why every single person who organizes is excited right now. It's why every single person who does the work of organizing is going around like getting very little sleep, and it's because there is hope here and we can win.
Many MAGA cultists are fuming right now, livid. I don't think they expected this. In their rage they come off as scared, for the entire MAGA movement.
Yeah, because they know how weak they are. They know how weak they are.
Michigan isn't really politically active, but we had several protests, and the one I went to had multiple blocks of people, full roads, both old and young, and zero anti-protesters.
It was genuinely crazy. I went to like not the main Minneapolis protest, but like one of the orbiting protests in the surrounding area. And I went expecting like maybe 100 people to be there. It was literally blocks upon blocks of people lining the road. And if I had to estimate, I would guess like 1,000 people. I would guess like it was 10 times what I expected. How do we carry the momentum into Monday? Herbs, excellent question. And how you do it is by getting more involved. Figure out a way to get more involved. And some of the ways you can do, if you are not aware of how to go about doing that, anonymous gifter, wow, thank you for the 25 community subs over on Twitch. That is incredibly generous of you. My God. Thank you so much. But one of the ways you make this happen is you figure out what kind of group in your area you can organize with. Okay? Who can you organize with? You got to look around, you got to find those groups. And one of the reasons I continually go back to your local Dems or your local DSA is because both those groups are available to you and do work on the ground. Okay? And so my suggestion is join our Discord. You can reach out to Gamergy and she will help you get involved with your local DSA. And she can even help you form your own branch of the DSA for your local area if there isn't a local branch already. And you can also, if you're more interested in joining your local Dems, you can reach out to Dragonfly in the Discord, and Dragonfly will help connect you with your local Dems and help get you involved in that that aspect in organizing. Become a precinct officer for the Dems. They will love you for it. It's true. Like people within these political organizations, they are so hungry to give you power. They want you to have power because some of these people have been doing this work for like 20 years and they want to kind of move back away from it. They want new blood to take over. Alessandro Silva Ruiz, thank you for the $2 super chat. And true, what once was need not always be. 1000%. We can make things better. We can fix this broken world. Are we going to watch any of the speeches today? We are indeed. Let's go, folks. If you need help to get involved, we have people in our community here on the riverboat. We have people here who are more than happy to connect you with your local organizing apparatuses and like get actually involved in making this a real thing. Okay? You can in fact carry forward this momentum and do the day-to-day grinding work of getting people active in your local politics. And I need to let you guys know it makes all the difference in the world. It makes all the difference in the world, especially because it will focus you on issues in your local area. And those local issues, folks, they matter so much. Your local school board, they decide like if your kids get access to like disability education or disability services rather. They decide the curriculum. They get to decide so many different aspects of your day-to-day life for children in your community. All the way from when they start school to 18. That is an enormous amount of power and responsibility. And that's just one function of your local government. And you can, by focusing on these local issues, make your neighborhoods better. Make your neighborhoods like a model for others. You can, once you are organizing in your neighborhood, it can make it a lot easier to organize in others. And like I'm here to tell you guys that like Donald Trump wants you to believe it is impossible. Hell, some establishment Dems want you to think it's impossible. But it need not be. And when you get involved, you can tell Donald Trump to go kick rocks, and you can tell establishment Dems who are saying, well, the status quo is the best it will ever be, you can tell them to kick rocks too. The only thing that prevents us from having a better world for all of us is the political will to make it so. So, folks, with that being said, I think I'm gonna end the segment there because we'll go into talking about some other No King stuff. and I am I'm quite excited to talk about it. I'm happy I went. Good. Be proud of yourselves, folks. You guys did something hard today. And a lot of you folks, I know that it was your first protest. I know that it was your very first protest. And that's cool as hell. And if you are if you enjoyed this, remember to like, comment, and subscribe, and we're gonna keep on going. There we go. Segment 1 done, folks. Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. My bad. I have the alerts turned off. Because 25 alerts from Twitch chat were about to go off. Also, I forgot to turn on live chat real quick. Nathan says, I have a theory Florida isn't as conservative as people think it is. People forget, but it wasn't that long ago that Florida was purple. You know? There are a lot of Democrats in Florida. Thanks for giving me some hope. I've been feeling awful. And Laser Space Ninja, it is understandable to feel awful. You know? It's understandable. But sometimes, you know, it's kind of like going to the gym, right? Like sometimes you just need someone to go like, push it, you can do it, just keep going. And then like you get that extra weight. You manage to do the rep. Sometimes you just need someone cheering you on and telling you that it is in fact possible. You do not have to listen to the propaganda of folks who would be your master. You know? These people want to return us to serfdom. Like it does not we do not have to listen to them. You do not have to listen to people who would subjugate you. And Brecco, thank you for gifting a sub over on Twitch. Very much appreciated. All right, folks. Real quick, if you don't know what to do and you're watching the stream, just remember to like the stream and also hit the follow button and subscribe. Do the things that help the show grow. And we have a little song to help you remember. Go, go, go. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click Night Light Plushy Jesus. Thank you for supporting the stream. Excellent stuff. All right, folks. I also just want to throw out there that, like, if you're enjoying the show, drop those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because you guys make this show possible. I could not do it without you fine folks. You are the ones who fund this show and allow me to do what I do. And it's much appreciated. Does anyone else dance to this one? It's a fucking bop. Great. All right. Let's go here. Excellent. All right. Are you guys ready to get into some of the speeches? We're not going to cover every single one, but I tried to pick some of the highlights. All right. You guys ready? You guys ready to jump into it? Yeah? Hell yeah, Leanne Scott. Yeah, we're gonna talk about Bernie. I do want to apologize because right off the bat, I'm probably going to enrage you guys to a degree you might not have thought possible. And I'm also going to enrage myself. Like I know it's gonna happen. Um. All right. Do, do. You promise? I'm gonna, I'll do my best. Um. But I'm gonna make you mad, and then I'm gonna bring it back. With some of these speeches. Okay. New studio looks good. I Okay, full disclosure, after I finished stream last night, I spent like 2 hours organizing my space, which resulted in me making a bigger mess. You know how like sometimes when you're organizing things, the mess gets bigger before it gets better. Um and then I got super sleepy and wound up going to bed at like 5 and then got up at like no, I went to bed at like 6 in the morning and then got up at 9, no, 10. Yeah, 10. Um, but what I forgot after I got back from No Kings, um, was that I had made the mess directly in front of where like this area that I'm sitting in. Like it was where all the mess was. So instead of just streaming right after I got back from No Kings, I had to spend like 3 hours organizing and putting stuff away. So um that's why I'm streaming a bit later tonight than I would have liked, but it is getting better, and I promise when it is finally finished, I will do like a little room tour for you guys. Um, let's see. Okay, was there an oopsie? No, there wasn't any oopsie. The only oopsie is on my soundboard. Go, go, go. Okay. So I believe I have just fixed the problem when it comes to my microphone. My microphone should work. However, the for whatever reason, my speakers have activated and are now, instead of the sound coming out of my headphones, it's coming out of the speakers. It's fucking what? Why would it do that? Okay, minute. Okay, there you guys. You guys heard that. All right. So, what the hell? Wait a minute. What the hell?
Go. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button.
Okay, we fixed it.
Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button.
It was the FBI indeed.
Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button.
Okay, we fixed it. We got it right. It's all good. Also, just want to say there's almost 400 people watching right now. I think you guys can hit 200 likes. I think you guys got this. I think you guys can do it. I believe in you guys. All right? Now, do I also get the whoopsie?
The whoopsie.
There we go. I was just trying to do a little whoopsie bit and it didn't
The whoopsie.
it looks like the whoopsie was on me. The whoopsie was on me and not on the I didn't whoopsie right. Looks like I got a whoopsie and a daisy. All right. Trolls have been on overtime today. If you mention the protest, okay, Kaname-kun the Alpha, I will be able to do my arm curls, but the arm curls are dependent on there being a rug on the floor, and I don't have my rug yet because I don't want to scrape up this lovely floor that was so difficult to put in. All right. But I will. The rugs should be here in just a handful of days. I'm an American, 26 years old. My chance at a happy life has been stolen by Donald Trump and the Republican Party. Hey. Your chance at a happy life has not been stolen by Donald Trump and the Republican Party. You still have that chance. But we all got to come together and we all got to fight for that. Because happiness is not gone forever. They have attempted to steal our happiness. They have attempted to steal our future. But that attempt does not have to be successful. And even if they might succeed for a time, then we steal it right fucking back. And you do that by organizing. Because if you are a member of the working class, like most of us here are, if not all of us, then our weapon is one another. Our weapon is organizing, and we will win.
Why don't you want to drop weights on your 6-month-long $15,000 floor?
Well, okay, the floor wasn't $15,000. It was actually basically free because they kept fucking it up so much that they felt bad. But the room was very expensive. All right. Jane, some of the early reports are around, if not over 7 million folks turned out today, which is incredible. All right. Enough stalling. Let's get into our next segment here. Also, Fighting Hobbit, thank you for the 100 biddies. Madame, I know you do not know me, and if you were to ever leave, I would not blame you. But please, one last time, let me make a Burger King crown for you. Let me fashion 10 cents of golden cardboard into a diadem and place it upon your brow. And if you can look upon it with naught but contempt, you may leave the island of Tarkov. I feel like did they add the sneak king to escape from Tarkov? All right. Yeah, no, the original No King's March was like 5 million plus. Um, this time we at the very least hit 7 million. I was beginning to fear the room was going to end up like one of them crooked anti-ninja Japanese floors. All right. Let's jump into it, shall we? Let's get into it. Folks. Actually, I got to hit this button. There we go. Folks, we got to talk about what happened today for No Kings, and that is a very clear sign of weakness from this administration, combined with an awful lot of joyful rage towards this administration, as numerous people from all walks of life met together, banded together, and shared a moment with one another. It was powerful.
The computer I edit and stream on died today. I'm just angry I didn't save all the motion graphics I made this week on my external hard drive and I have to redo all that again on my laptop.
Oof, Lily loves stuff. I'm sorry to hear that. But thank you for the $5 dono. Here, I wanted to share with you guys, before we really get started, here is a time lapse of the Chicago protest. Just real quick. Just to give you a like the sense of scale from just one of the major protests that happened today. Look at this. Look at this. Chat. It just keeps going. When we're talking about this being like we are going to win this, chat. We are going to win. It is going to happen. And one of the things that is going to hasten that victory, that day that is inevitable, is if the Trump administration were to, say, double down and really make themselves out to be the true villains of the narrative, right? It would be, say, perhaps a huge misstep to try and play into the idea of Donald Trump as a king. And without any additional comment, I present to you a post from JD Vance earlier today. So, I just want to take a moment to really hammer home that that was the Vice President of the United States depicting the President of the United States as a king. And I know that, like, there's an element here of like, oh, well, it's AI slop, obviously. It's, oh, just, oh, like, just another day of fascism, am I right? But I want to take a moment here and really reckon with the fact that you now have the vice president, the second in command of the country, hailing the president of the United States, a country founded on telling kings to fuck off, depicting the president as a king. They keep claiming they're joking, but are they? No, they're just doing what every Weasley little fascist does. And that is, they say what they believe over and over and over again, and they say, oh no, it's just a joke afterwards. Oh no, It's
They
just a
have
joke.
negative
Haha.
self-awareness to post that of all things in response to these massive protests.
Yeah, 1000%, Nathan. This is going to backfire on them. But they're doing what every single, like, 4chan loser does. Over on slash poll, or, any kind of, like, neo-Nazi or online fascist. It's what they always do. They always come in and they're like, "Oh, yeah, yeah, ha, ha, ha," and then they drop, like, a slur, and they're like, "Oh, I'm just joking. Ha, ha, ha. I'm just they are all like that. Oh, I'm just joking. Ha, ha, ha." But then one day they stop making that caveat because they were never joking. Saying, "Oh, I was just joking," that's just their defense mechanism so that they can continue to spread their propaganda in your spaces. Like, it's all jokes until suddenly it's not. And it's because they're cowards. They can't actually defend their positions. They try and recruit isolated, vulnerable people to their cause because their ideas can't take hold in any other kind of person. And I just want to emphasize this. If you're trying to not get, if you're trying to avoid the outcome of tens of millions of Americans turning out to protest your authoritarian rule, leaning into the idea that the president is actually a king, even jokingly, is an incredibly bad idea. It's an incredibly bad idea if they want to hold on to power. You can't be making these jokes. You can't be making these types of political statements and expect a protest literally predicated on denying kingship and authoritarian power to the president of the United States. You can't be like actually playing around with that idea. Because I guarantee you, if people see this, and I do encourage you, by the way, to share this around to as many people as possible. I'm gonna throw this link to a Blue Sky post. I encourage you to share it around. Share it around in like your boomer moms Facebook groups. Share it around. Make sure it starts circulating, because I guarantee you that this is the exact kind of thing that makes normie Americans, people who aren't necessarily engaging in politics, this kind of stuff makes people see red. It makes them madder than hell. This is like, and I know that because like I'm on the left, and this made me mad. Like this genuinely made me spitting mad. The idea that this man is like this JD Vance character is even pretending that the president of the United States should be treated as a king in the land of the free. It flies in the very face and the very idea of this country. It is traitorous. It is something that, to me, is antithetical to literally every stated value that we as Americans profess to have. It is antithetical to being able to live in harmony with this administration or people who believe in this administration. It renders a wedge between us that is insurmountable. Because when it comes to whether or not an authoritarian has the ability to dictate what you do and how you live your life, versus someone who believes in freedom and autonomy, these are incompatible ideas. Gamergy, in a saner time, this would lead to like the expulsion of the vice president of the United States. In a saner time, there would be actual political consequences to this, and I guarantee you, this will be hardly remarked upon by much of the mainstream press, because to them it's just another day. This is insane. and infuriating. And I cannot stress enough that you should do everything you can to share this around, especially today and especially tomorrow, with all of your boomer friends and family, okay? Because those folks, and we're talking here people who grew up, say in the Pledge of Allegiance, who grew up during the Cold War, who grew up with this idea, however flawed the reality might be, but grew up with the idea that America is free. This is, frankly, something that will motivate them to do more than they ever have before. This is absolutely not normal. And with that being said, I do want to, to kind of hammer home this point. I came across this video of a protest for No Kings in Salem, and here's just a group of veterans playing a song. Now, you look at these people and you see, like, good-natured older folks. I guarantee you show that post from the Vice President of the United States, you're going to see each and every one of those folks turn beet red in rage. They're the kinds of people who are going to use their time to go to a protest and make music and sing the song, "This Land Is Your Land." The kinds of mild-mannered, everyday people who go out into the world and do their best every damn day, they are going to see that, and they are not going to be okay. Now let's tune into Bernie Sanders' speech here, because obviously, got to start with the GOAT.
Thank you, Washington. Thank you, Indivisible. Thank you to the millions of Americans from our smallest towns to our largest cities, in every state in our country, who are gathering today at thousands of rallies. Mike Johnson, the Republican Speaker of the House, called these rallies Hate America events. Boy, does he have it wrong.
Boy, does he stink.
Millions of Americans are coming out today not because they hate America. We're here because we love America. We're here because we're going to do everything we can to honor the sacrifices of millions of men and women who, over the last 250 years, fought and sometimes died to defend our democracy and our freedoms. In 1776, with extraordinary courage, the founders of our country announced to the world that they would no longer be ruled by the King of England. A king who had absolute power over their lives. They demanded freedom. And to bring that about, they fought a bloody war against the British Empire and the most powerful military in the world. Tens of thousands of Americans died in that 8-year war, but our forefathers fought on and they won.
Dude, how old is Bernie? How old is this guy? God, he's 84 years old. And he's still, like, he's still going out there every damn day. Every damn day and fighting for every single one of us. It is truly inspiring.
And in 1789, after winning that war, they did something extraordinary. They established the first democratic form of government in modern history. They said loudly and boldly to the entire world, no more kings. In America, they said, we the people will rule. And today,
I'm not gonna lie, Chad, I might get emotional during this speech.
and today,
I might
We
choke
need a
up.
Bernie successor, no hate, but dude can't go on forever and he deserves some rest.
Nah. Look, we don't need a Bernie successor. We need Bernie successors. We need not just one man to carry the weight and hopes of the weight of hopes and dreams of millions of Americans. We need an entire, an entire crop of individuals to rise up. Bernie Sanders has never been a man who is out just for himself. Bernie Sanders is a man who sought to plant seeds in each and every one of us to motivate us to take action. We must become Bernie Sanders. We all must take on that burden of those hopes and dreams, and we must all do our part, because that is what mass movements are. It is all of us together being able to carry more than any one of us alone would be able to, and the fact that he has been carrying that burden for so long, he needs some help. We need to be the helpers. Yeah, literally, I am Bernie. Exactly, Salmon Moose.
in the year 2025, in this dangerous moment in American history, our message is exactly the same. No, President Trump, we don't want you or any other king to rule us. Thank you very much, but we will maintain our democratic form of society. We will not move toward authoritarianism in America. We, the people, will rule. When he was sworn in as the nation's first president, George
Hey, Paladin.
Washington called this attempt at self-government, quote, an experiment entrusted to the hands of the American people, end quote. My fellow Americans, in an unprecedented way, that experiment is now in danger. It is in danger when we have a president who wants more and more power in his own hands and in the hands of his fellow oligarchs. It is in danger when we have a president who claims that peaceful protests in Portland, Oregon, or Chicago, Illinois, is an insurrection, and calls in the U.S. military, and then threatens to arrest the mayors and governors who resist them. It is in danger when we have masked agents working for ICE, breaking down doors, throwing people into vans without due process, and taking them to God knows where. It is in danger when we have a president who sues and intimidates the media, who wants no criticism of him and his policies, and who undermines the First Amendment of our Constitution, the very foundation of American democracy. Our country is in danger when we have a president who threatens to arrest or imprison political opponents who stand against him, including the Attorney General of New York State, a sitting U.S. Senator, and the Governor of California. It is in danger when we have a president who undermines freedom of thought and dissent at our colleges and universities, and who attacks law firms that oppose him in court. It is in danger when we have a president who threatens to impeach judges who rule against him.
Boo!
It is in danger when we have a president who ignores Congress, refuses to spend money that Congress appropriates, and takes away money from states who voted against him.
Boo!
It is in danger when we have a president who demands that states redraw congressional maps to ensure that his chosen candidates win future elections.
Boo!
It is in danger when we have a president who illegally fires tens of thousands of federal employees right here in Washington, D.C.
Boo!
And throughout our country, and rips up union contracts that workers have fought for and won.
Boo!
It is in danger when we have a president who grossly violates the Constitution by accepting gifts from foreign leaders, including a $400 million plane from the royal family of Qatar,
Boo!
and then allows that family to build an Air Force facility in Idaho.
Boo! Can we just stop for a minute and really reckon with the fact that Donald Trump was bought with an airplane so that another country could build a military base on American soil? That's insane. That's genuinely utterly insane. I just, the level of corruption is unimaginable. It's truly staggering. And when we are through this, and we are going to win this, chat. When we win this, there needs to be a systemic change in how this country works. There needs to be a systemic change for how this country works. Because there is no world in which it should be acceptable for the president of the United States to take bribes that are hundreds of millions of dollars and to functionally sell American territory to a foreign government so that they can have an Air Force base in the middle of our country. That's crazy. That's crazy. Like, everyone involved with that who is an American citizen needs to be put in prison, or at the very least put on trial, because this is not behavior that should ever be acceptable. And it can't be something where it's like a slap on the wrist and be like, oh, well, there's no real consequence. Don't do it again. Teehee. Like, there needs to be actual consequence. There needs to be actual consequence, and there needs to be like actual action taken.
Let us be clear. This moment is not just about one man's greed, one man's corruption, or one man's contempt for the Constitution. This is about a handful of the wealthiest people on earth who, in their insatiable greed, have hijacked our economy and our political system in order to enrich themselves at the expense of working families throughout this country. Yes, yeah, I am talking about Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, and the other multi-billionaires who were sitting right behind Trump when he was inaugurated. Remember that?
When you think about it, a $400 million plane is a cheap sell. Also, do you think it's bugged, or do they get messages directly from the administration?
Oh, Nathan, I read up all about this plane. First of all, thank you for the $5 dono, but I read up all about this plane. 1000% it's bugged. You don't hand someone like a plane like that and it's not bugged. Like, there's a reason why like Air Force One is built in-house in America. It's specifically to avoid security concerns like that, right? And so that $400 million plane, like, the United States Air Force has to then pay to strip it basically down to like the screws in order to make sure there's no bugs on it. And then they have to rebuild it from the ground up with all of the safety tech that Air Force One would have so that Donald Trump can ride in it. And that's a process that is going to take years on the taxpayer dime. And then after they've rebuilt it, he's going to have like maybe like a month with it. And then the process of re-stripping it again of all of the safety mechanisms available to a president, because you can't just hand like a vehicle that has been made for the United States president back into like the like the general public, because what's happening with that plane is that it's essentially being lent to the US government before it is then given to the Trump Library Foundation, which is again controlled by Donald Trump, effectively making it his personal plane. So when it leaves presidential use, it then needs to be stripped back down to make it into a civilian plane. And ultimately, this plane is going to cost the American taxpayer like hundreds of millions of dollars, if not over $1 billion, just so Donald Trump can have this plane. Like, we're talking like this is... It's just insane. It's insane on like every single level. God. Can't Trump afford a newer plane by then? Yeah, but like it doesn't matter. Like he doesn't care. It just flatters his ego to be bought with a $400 million plane.
Very same billionaires who funded his campaign, who have bestowed gifts upon him.
Yeah, if anyone ever tells you, if any conservative ever tells you that they care about like the swamp or waste, fraud, and abuse or any of that nonsense, Like you can tell them they're full of shit because like Donald Trump is literally spending like over $1 billion so that he can personally have a bribe from from the Qatar government.
Who have seen huge increases in their wealth and power since.
Also, he's not the one paying for the plane to be retrofitted. That's all on us. We pay for it. So, of course he doesn't care.
Trump took office. Yeah. Yes, I am talking about the insanity of one person, Mr. Musk, owning more wealth than the bottom 52% of American households. I'm talking.
I look tired and pale because I got 4 hours of sleep and then I went out and I protested and I was in a like a plastic frog suit and I sweated like half my body weight away. So I'm fine. I look a bit disheveled because I've been doing things all day.
About the incredible injustice of the top 1% in America now owning more wealth than the bottom 93%. I'm talking about the richest people in America becoming much, much richer, while 60% of our people live paycheck to paycheck, struggling every day to pay their rent and mortgages, pay for child care and education, pay for their health care and prescription drugs, afford decent quality food for their kids, and maybe, just maybe, put aside a few bucks for their retirements. I am talking about our nation, the richest country in the history of the world, having the highest rate of childhood and senior poverty of almost any major country on earth. I am talking about our great nation having 85 million Americans uninsured or underinsured, and 800,000 people who are homeless, including people a few blocks from here. All the while Mr. Musk is on his way to becoming a trillionaire. I am talking about the incredible danger of the richest people in this country pouring hundreds of billions of dollars into artificial intelligence and robotics, which in the next decade will decimate tens of millions of jobs for the American working class. I'm talking about a billionaire class who believe that they have the divine right to rule.
He's not even kidding about that part, by the way. Like, if you start looking into any of these oligarchic freaks, and they are all freaks, by the way, they each and every one of them has like some kind of delusion about their right to rule. Like, unironically, you start looking into Peter Thiel and his recent religiosity, it's because he thinks of himself as like some kind of god king. You know, he believes that he has a right to rule places. Like, he was one of the people who was pushing for Greenland, for the United States to seize Greenland, right? And he wants to basically do if any of you are familiar with Balaji Srinivasan and the network state, like, he wants to do that. He's been heavily influenced by like these Curtis Yarvin, Srinivasan types, who are basically saying you need, like, our billionaires need to effectively become a techno feudalists. They need to become these feudal lords, and you can either do that by outright owning a patch of land and doing with it what you will, like getting like a buying political favors so that you can do anything with the people that live there, or by overthrowing the government and then just being able to dictate to whoever runs the government what you are going to be able to do, right? It's so well, yeah, no, Teal isn't just influence. Obviously, yeah, he also did fund them, right? But he funded them because he was first, like he was first influenced by them. Like he heard them saying these things and then became their benefactor because he liked it. Because he found something that validated his his preconceived notions about himself, right? And you also see that with like Mark Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos and like these people who will defend their right to own more wealth than any human being on earth can possibly even envision in their mind. Chat, I want you to try and envision a trillion anything. Like a trillion distinct units of any kind of object. And you literally can't. You literally can't even conceive of that number of objects.
Hearing Musk is gonna be world's first trillionaire has me on the verge of breaking. Just end me, I kid, but still so sad.
It is... Ugh. It's truly disgusting.
And who not only want massive tax breaks for themselves, but who reject any form of accountability or checks on their power.
I do think that it is very funny, Mask of Anarchy, that Curtis Yarvin is talking openly about needing to flee America because he thinks the fascist revolution has failed. Which, to be clear, he's correct. He should flee America if he values his safety. Like, or at the very least, values his, like, freedom from being in prison. Because, like, these people have been openly writing. Like, if you actually read Curtis Yarvin's writings, he openly talks about how the Trump administration should have been sending journalists to, like, death camps. Like the Trump administration should have acted quickly to gas journalists to death. And I'm not even really paraphrasing him there. Or at all hyperbolically representing his ideas. The reason when you read his posts about needing to flee the country, when you see him say, oh, the Trump administration isn't even doing 0.05% of what it would need to do, the 99.5% or 99.95% that he's talking about is executing political enemies. Like, in his mind, the thing the Trump administration should have done is, like, gunned down everyone who participated in the No Kings protests. That's what he writes about, essentially. And so the people who are the biggest, the people who are biggest on this fascism train, they're like, oh no, we lost already. Like they see the mass groundswell of support against this administration and they go, oh no, we've already lost.
My fellow Americans, we rejected the divine right of kings in the 1770s. We will not accept the divine right of oligarchs today. And now let's take a brief look at where we are today. Where we are today on the 18th day of a government shutdown, which is depriving millions of federal employees of the paychecks they desperately need and deserve. let me cut to the chase and tell you exactly what this shutdown is all about. As a result of Trump's big, beautiful, disgraceful bill, which made massive cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act.
Well, our Keener, there is a logic. It's just that they use moon logic. Billionaires defend their wealth and perpetuate their wealth with literal moon logic. They do not have their wealth isolates them from other people. It literally has a negative impact on their lives because they have so much wealth. It makes their interests completely alien to that of those around them. Like, they operate with different thought processes than most of us. I saw a clip of Mark Zuckerberg talking, and he essentially says something along the lines of, if we spend $100 billion on AI and it turns out to be nothing, well, then I guess that'd be kind of unfortunate. And he just shrugs off the idea of spending $100 billion, which I want to point out to everyone is almost 10 times the amount the UN said it would cost to end world hunger. He's just yeah, I guess it'd be unfortunate if nothing came out of burning $100 billion. It's insane. These people are insane. Their isolation from the rest of society renders them insane.
15 million low-income and working-class Americans are going to lose the health care they desperately need to stay alive.
Genuine question: how long do you think the government can stay shut down? I joked about it before, but there's no way it can stay shut down till midterms, even if they're afraid of the Epstein vote.
I mean, I don't think I don't think that it will stay shut down until midterms, but also there's really no reason for there's no reason for Democrats to come to the table. If you give this administration more money, what kind of guarantee can the Trump administration give that they're going to adhere to the rule of law, adhere to the Constitution? What guarantee can be given? What checks on their power can be secured? There's nothing that can be offered here that would actually, render them trustworthy. And so that kind of is the central tension. And I've been increasingly of the opinion that, on an existential level, funding cannot be given to this Republican government. It just, we can't do it. You can't give them fuel. You got to keep it shut down. And at least until they break. And I think Republicans will break far faster than Democrats will.
My friends, studies suggest that when you throw those 15 million people off of the health care they presently have, 50,000 of them will die unnecessarily every single year.
Yep. 50,000 people are going to die every single year as a direct consequence of the cuts to Medicaid. 50,000 preventable deaths. Just out of curiosity, what is the actual number here? So around 3,000 people died on 9/11. And you're saying that, and I want to make it clear here, Republicans are voting for and keeping the government shut down right now so that they can do, you know, uh, what is the math on that? God, what, like 18 9/11s? 17 9/11s? 16 9/11s. Every single year. They want to do 16 9/11s onto their own countrymen every single year so that they can give the money that would have been spent keeping those people alive to the richest people on the planet. It's about not letting the Epstein files out. That's why they closed the government. Wrong, actually, because they can release the Epstein files with the government shut down. The government shutdown has nothing to do with the Epstein files, right? Speaker of the House Mike Johnson keeps saying, "Oh, we're not going to seat, you know, uh, uh, Representative Grijalva," but like that has nothing to do with the shutdown, right? Because you can seat members of the House during a shutdown. Congress is supposed to continue to function during a shutdown. It has nothing to do with it. And so Mike Johnson can call the House back into session at literally any time. And Mike Johnson is going out in front of news cameras and saying, "Oh, we can't do it because the government is shut down." That's bullshit. He can do it. And other people during government shutdowns have been seated as well. The reason Mike Johnson isn't calling the House back into session is not related to the shutdown. It is related to the fact that Mike Johnson is delaying the release of the Epstein files. That's it. There's something so damning within those files that he is refusing to call the House back into session. And I know that this is we got a little bit off track here, but like here's just something insane. Okay, here's a video put out by Adelita Grijalva, the elected representative from Arizona, who got elected during a special election. She is supposed to be sworn in, and until she is sworn in, she doesn't have the ability to do her job. Here she is. Just to really hammer home why it is important, why being sworn in here is important.
Hi friends, Adelita Grijalva, Congresswoman-elect from Arizona. So this is cool, right? Look at what happened. We got access to the office. Check out this super cool printer. I can't print to it though because I don't have a government email. So in the office, we have several desktops. They have an administrator passcode. I don't have that. Check out this cool stack of laptops. Guess what? I can't unlock them. So I found this stack of flags when we came into the office. So if you're waiting for a flag from Arizona CD7, I'm sorry, I don't have a budget to be able to mail these to you. This is where I've been on a personal laptop to do Zooms. Yes, I have access to an office, but it's kind of like someone saying, here's a car, and it doesn't have an engine, gas, or tires. I'm unable to have services in district. Democrats are here working. I'm here working, and I'm not even sworn in yet. We need to get to work, get on the floor, and negotiate so we can reopen the government. This Republican shutdown needs to end. Hi, friends.
Yeah, so Catabingo Rising Revengeance, it has nothing to do with like an IT guy. It has everything to do with the fact that she doesn't get access to any of those funds or any of those systems until she is sworn in. She doesn't get a government email. She doesn't get any of that until she is sworn into office, right? So like this has actual effects on like her constituents. Like Arizona is gearing up to sue the Trump administration for taxation without representation. because they are refusing, Mike Johnson is refusing to swear her in because she is the 218th vote needed to release the Epstein files. She is the last one they like this coalition requires in order to force the release of the Epstein files. Something that they can do if the House is sworn into session, is like called into session, and she is sworn in. And so Mike Johnson, terrified of this possibility, simply refuses to call the House back into session. Yeah, also, it's true, Nine-Tailed Witch. Like, if Johnson is so committed to this that he is unwilling to even call the House back into session to create, like work on the budget, then it doesn't, like then the what the Senate is debating right now, even if Republicans were to pass it, it would get kicked back down to the House because the House would then still have to approve that new budget, right? That new continuing resolution. And so it's a sticky situation for Republicans for sure. And yeah, it's going to be one of those things where people are going to realize pretty quickly here that Mike Johnson is essentially shutting down the entire House of Representatives to protect pedophiles. Like that is what it is. That is what is happening. To protect wealthy pedophiles. Like Prince Andrew, due to recent revelations related to Epstein, like the allegations were so severe, he gave up his royal titles because it was besmirching the royal family to a degree that like it hadn't previously somehow. Ugh. This whole thing is going to get worse. Again, I need to really emphasize here, there is no way that the Republican administration is going to be more popular than it is right now. And it's already the least popular Republican administration, basically of all time. So, back to Bernie.
50,000 Americans will die unnecessarily every single year. But that's not all. As a result of that same terrible piece of legislation, over 20 million Americans are going to see on average a doubling of their health insurance premiums through the Affordable Care Act. In my state of Vermont just the other day, people received notices from insurance companies that their health care premiums in some cases would triple or quadruple.
And I really need to hammer home here. I know like sometimes it seems like Democrats are harping on the wrong issues, but like the healthcare subsidies issue is huge.
Jack, as a quick aside, I wanted to say thanks you and other politics streamers educate me and intern I can educate my less politically activated coworkers and friends.
Hell yeah. I'm glad I can be of assistance, Nathan. Like, if healthcare premiums, which is, again, for those of you who don't know, the monthly amount you pay for healthcare here in the United States, which isn't taking into account like the amount you have to pay if you actually need to use your healthcare, which is your deductible, right? Because a deductible, you have to pay that much money just out of pocket. And then once you hit your deductible, then your health insurance kicks in. And then the health insurance, depending on what you have, only covers 50% or 75% of the costs you accrue, right? And if your monthly rate for health insurance goes up 3 times or 4 times, no one in this country is going to have health insurance. Like, no one will be able to afford that. The amount people pay every month, it's hundreds of dollars per month minimum. And then if you got one of the higher level plans, you're paying like over $1,000 a month just for the right to have a deductible that will kick in after you spend like $10,000. Like that's it's an insane system.
Just a quick perspective, my grandpa, a hardcore Republican, has been say that the GOP is done that insane.
It is. Like I mean, like, if you have to be blind to not see it, right? It's why, you know, a- we get a lot of conservative trolls, right? Like, I'm a socialist trans woman streamer. Like that, we get all kinds of trolls in the chat. You know, I make no secret about who or what I am or what I believe or what I stand for. And what's been really interesting is that a lot of trolls, like the trolls coming in, have really de-escalated in number. Like, it's kind of nuts. Like, I have a larger viewership than I ever have had. And one would think that in a time like this, more people would be trolling, but I gotta throw out there, guys. Republicans don't really got a whole lot left. You know, even normie Republicans are starting to realize, hey, wait a minute, tariffs are killing my business. Hey, wait a minute, the tariffs are making the food more expensive. Hey, wait a minute, why aren't they releasing the Epstein files? Hey, wait a minute, what's all this talk about my healthcare premiums going up 3 to 4 times? Hey, wait a minute. Are these people actually not playing 5-dimensional chess, or are they actually just evil dipshits? Hmm. Hmm. Like it's not going to get better, and no amount of tax cuts for average working day people. Like, I'm sorry, you get let's just say you get a $5,000 tax cut. You know, Republicans would be like, "Wow, look at that! You got a $5,000 tax cut." Why would you give a single shit about getting a $5,000 tax cut if suddenly your health insurance premiums are $2,000 a month? Why would you do that? Why what? If and that's like a low end. If like your $500 like monthly premium goes up 4 times, you're suddenly paying $2,000 a month. And like, Lori Gage, all due respect, like, you guys are. You guys are. I'm the one who sits here and I see you guys come in and I see you guys make bad arguments all the time. And the level to which you guys are not coming in here these days is wild. It's wild. Like, I've been streaming for years. And when I had like 25 viewers back in the day, conservatives would come in all the time and attempt to be like, haha, your ideas are stupid. You know, and obviously they were wrong, but like, there are fewer and fewer of you guys doing that now. And it's largely because this administration is fucking you guys over in some cases harder than it is anyone else. You know? Like, there's a reason why those those mid-tier, you know, import businesses that you guys used to run are dying. It's because of the tariffs. MAGA's going to be in power for at least the next generation. Get over it. Uh-huh. Yeah. That's what is indicated by 7 million people showing up to protest this administration. Yeah. For sure. Um Look, folks are just like conservatives like Lori live in a completely different reality. It's not reflective of what is actually happening on the ground. All you had to do to figure that out today was look out the window and see the protests. You know, all you had to do is like look and see people turning out in communities all across this country, and it's just, like, I don't know. It doesn't take a whole lot to realize there is something much bigger going on, and that this administration is at one of its at the lowest level of popularity of basically any previous administration, except for maybe Donald Trump's first term. And like, I think by now the popularity is even below that, and that was, again, the least popular administration of all time.
And that is going on all over the country. At a time when we already pay, by far, the highest price.
Oh, wait. Stadman, those millions of people are all paid protesters? I forgot about that. Real quick. Got some on the ground reporting about paid protesters. Let's take a look. This is from on the ground reporter Mallory McMorrow, who is a candidate for US Senate and is the Michigan State Senate Majority Whip. Let's take a look. Her reporting from the ground in Michigan.
Donald Trump and the Republicans are telling Americans that protesters are being paid to be at No Kings protests. So, we came to a No Kings protest to find out. How much were you paid to be here today?
Absolutely zero.
Zippo, zero, nada.
I wasn't paid a penny. It was my pleasure.
I actually had to spend over $100 in this junk to be here.
A whopping $0.
Nothing.
Came out for free.
$0. I see a shirt that I think gives me the answer. How much were you paid to be here?
Zilch.
I'm a registered Republican, and I am not paid to be out here.
Not paid $0.
$0.
Huh. Man, it's really telling that literally registered Republicans are turning out to these protests.
So are you telling me that Donald Trump might have lied about this?
Everything pretty much? Come on.
Everything.
Why are you here today?
To defend democracy.
Defend democracy and labor rights?
Labor rights, absolutely. Yep.
There we go. How about you?
Human rights. We the people have so much strength when we come together.
If they were paid, who's paying billions to fight against the interest of billionaires and millionaires?
Clearly, some kind of mass organization that is shadowy and secretive. Again, if you're delusional, you can come up with a explanation for anything, right? This won't convince anyone. Well, yeah, but like, what would convince people is to show up to their local protests. So if you have any skeptical Republicans in your life about paid protests or what have you, ask them to go to the next No Kings protest with you. Ask them to go to the next No Kings protest and ask the other people who are there. Ask, and if they think, no, they're definitely all paid, then get them to go undercover and ask those other paid protesters how they can get in on the grift. Hey, I also want to become a paid protester. How can I do it like you guys? Try and figure out how to get in on that sweet paid protest gravy train. Give them a challenge at the next No Kings protest. Because guess what? None of these people are paid to be here. I actually paid, I think it was either $20 or $30 in order to go to the No Kings protest today, because I bought my inflatable frog costume. So like I was out, $20 or $30 in order to attend this protest, and I'd do it again in a heartbeat.
It's amazing.
Saving democracy seems important.
It's important to me. It's important to a lot of people here. You can see them all around.
Is it true that there are no kings in this country?
There are no kings in America. No kings.
So we came.
Can I just real quick? Can we just take a moment to like admire how, like, this lady's even got like a little frog sign. It's adorable. The frog. It's crazy to live through so many different time periods where little cartoon frogs have become like meaningful symbols.
Kings in America. No kings.
So we came out here and we talked to dozens of people, and we couldn't find a single person who was paid. So I don't know who Donald Trump is talking about, but we found a lot of people with a lot of good reasons to be out here protesting for our country, for the state of Michigan, and for our democracy. All right, Kishka, why are you here today? Cool. Yep. Protecting democracy. I agree.
Love it. I don't know if Mallory McMorrow's politics are good, but like, I don't know, worth looking at it for this video alone. Well done.
This frog fights fascism.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let's go. Okay, let's finish up this Bernie speech. I'm sorry for getting so distracted, folks.
In the world for healthcare, millions of Americans are going to see outrageous.
Clearly they were paid to say they aren't paid, Jay.
Well, I mean, obviously that's anyone who's so lost it. That's what anyone who's so lost in the sauce would say. But like, to anyone who's remotely tethered to reality, like, you're gonna start having some doubts, you know?
It is us, the Australians. We're sponsoring the US to enforce free healthcare and kangaroos on you.
No! Not today, you kangaroo! Thank you for the $5 dono, Salmon Moose. Thank you for undermining my patriotic American values with your cold, hard Australian dollars.
Increases in the healthcare premiums, which they cannot afford. Why is that happening? Why are the Republicans making a broken healthcare system, a dysfunctional healthcare system, even worse? Why are they bringing our healthcare system to the verge of collapse? We all know the answer. We all know the answer. It was to give $1 trillion in tax breaks to Mr. Musk, Mr. Bezos, Mr. Zuckerberg, Mr. Ellison, and the rest of the 1%.
Boo!
$1 trillion in cuts to Medicaid, and the ACA $1 trillion in tax breaks for the 1%.
Spitfire, thank you for the $5 Australian. They don't tell you, but the kangaroos out in the plains are free. You can just take them home, but you do have to beat them in a fight first. That is that seems very on brand for Australia.
Oh man, I hope there were hundreds of cokie in Puerto Rico today.
Hell yeah!
That, my fellow Americans, is what this shutdown is all about.
Hello,
and let me be as clear as I can be. No, I will not vote for a budget that throws 15 million Americans off their health care.
Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Honestly, I know some people have been saying it's a mistake for Senate Dems to be harping on this issue. And I respectfully disagree. Like, I understand that, like, there is, like, an element of this where, like, they also need to oppose a budget because, again, Donald Trump is basically ignoring Congress and ignoring constitutional rule of law. But one of the ways I think that it is good to focus on healthcare costs is because it basically helps ensure that Democrats aren't going to break. Because if you spend all of your time talking about how, hey, if this budget goes through,
kangaroos are
millions will
impossible
suffer.
to defeat in a fight.
I don't believe that. I think Australians have absolutely won a fist. Some Australian has to have won a fist fight against a kangaroo. Thank you for the $10 Australian. But by focusing on healthcare, they make it harder for other Democrats to break on the issue, right? Because it's kind of like you're not gonna like there's no concession Republicans can try and give you that is at all going to be equivalent to, like, you know, reducing like eliminating a 4 times increase to monthly premiums. There's nothing that they can like Republicans aren't going to budge on this $1 trillion tax cut to Medicaid. It's like the entire basis of their budget. And so
Bloomington, Indiana had over 1,400 people turn up for our
Damn!
protest today, including some local Republicans. I believe it's the largest protest the city has had in decades.
Hell yeah, Liliana Young. Let's go! But like essentially focusing on healthcare makes it difficult for the Democratic coalition in the Senate to break. Yeah, I guess that's basically what I'm trying to convey.
No, I will not vote for a budget that doubles premiums for 20 million Americans.
Yeah, Bernie's
No,
a goddamn
I will not
lord.
vote for a budget that forces nursing homes, rural hospitals, community health centers to lay off staff and close their doors throughout this country. All to give huge tax breaks to the billionaire class. So today, right now, I say to my Republican colleagues, come back from your month-long vacation. Start negotiating and do not allow the American healthcare system to be destroyed. End this shutdown. My fellow Americans, we are the greatest country in the history of the world. And when we stand together and don't allow demagogues to divide us up, there is nothing that we cannot accomplish.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Yes, yes, we can create a vibrant democracy by ending Citizens United and not allowing billionaires to buy elections.
Yes, we can. Also, on that note, by the way, if you are interested in a possible way to end Citizens United, keep a close eye on the ballot initiatives coming out of Montana, because there's one that is very interesting, and it is essentially pushing forward this. I mean, it's not even really a revived interpretation of state powers, which is essentially that states have the right to regulate businesses. States have the right to regulate how businesses can spend money in elections. And on the state level, you can make it illegal for businesses to spend on state elections. So there is a ballot initiative currently working its way through Montana that is actually fascinating, and I encourage people to look into it. Let me pull it up right here. This only got on my radar thanks to David Sirota. He and some colleagues have written a book about kind of the billionaire plan to undermine democracy, and he mentions it in the piece. But this is from back in June. Leaders kick off movement to stop corporations from spending on political campaigns. Ballot initiative would bar corporations from political donations in Montana and undo Citizens United. Like, again, if you need incentive to get involved in your local organizing apparatuses, in your local political scene, this should be it. This is it, folks. Like, get involved on the local level, build political power and capital, and kick those corporations out of your state politics. And we can do that state by state, mile by mile. We can retake this country from billionaire interests. Let's see here. Former U.S. Senator John Tester, a Democrat from Montana who was unseated by Republican Tim Sheehy, outspent his opponent in 2024 and still lost, with estimates of the single Senate race spending totaling $275 million without a primary election challenger. When Tester first ran for Senate in 2006, the primary and general election spending was $27.5 million. It literally has gone up by 10 times what it used to cost just since 2006. Leaders in Montana, spurred by former Commissioner of Political Practice Jeff Mangan, have kicked off an initiative to put a new idea forward for curbing the influence of dark money in politics. Dark money is a term used when corporations or organizations don't have to disclose their donors or their gifted amounts, making it nearly impossible to tell who is involved with some political campaigns. The idea, called the Transparent Election Initiative, would be a state constitutional amendment that would simply prohibit corporations from making political campaign donations, using the state's power to control how corporations operate in the state. Mangan kicked off the initiative in a call with reporters on Wednesday. This is, I think, maybe one of the most exciting state-level initiatives currently going on in the entire country. I recommend folks look into it and start figuring out a way. If you're involved in your local Dems or your local DSA, introduce this concept to your local political groups, because this is something that every state in this country should be doing. Every state should be working to kick out these billionaire fucks from meddling in our elections. It should not be that someone like Elon Musk can come in and drop, millions of dollars. It should not be that like Cargill and GE and, the big oil companies are able to just buy elections. That just should not be possible. So make it impossible for them. We have the means, we have the ability. All we lack is the political will to do it, and you guys can make that will manifest. So do it. It requires us to do work, but we can win. I know I said I'd stop getting distracted from Bernie, but I felt like that was a really important point to bring up.
Yes, we can join the rest of the industrialized world and guarantee
You
health
think you
care.
can hear Ed Markey's speech? It was fire from what I heard.
Sure, we can take a look at that.
To every man, woman, and child as a human right. Yes, we can build millions of units of low-income and affordable housing and allow our younger generation to enjoy the American dream and own a home of their own. Yes, we can make public colleges and universities tuition-free and have the best child care and public school system in the entire world.
Hell yeah!
Yes, we can expand Social Security so that every senior in our country can retire with dignity.
Si se puede!
Yes, we can raise the minimum wage to a living wage and guarantee every worker the right to join a union. Yes, we can lead the world in transforming our energy system away from fossil fuels and create millions of good jobs as we save the planet.
I hope they get enough support to overcome the multiple billions of dollars that will inevitably flow into the no campaign for that. I mean, that is possible that billions of dollars would flow into a no campaign, but if that's the case, bleed the fuckers dry. Like, let them spend billions upon billions of dollars. Let them light it all on fire, because we can just reintroduce that again and again and again and again and again until we win. Their money goes up in smoke. Our will remains strong.
Yes, we can guarantee that every woman in this country has the right to control her own body. unless we can have a foreign policy that guarantees that never again will American taxpayer dollars be used to starve children in Gaza or anyplace else.
Hell yeah! Let's go!
And now let me raise a question that I've been asked over and over again. You know, Bernie, great ideas, but how are you going to pay for them? Great question. Thanks for asking. And here is the answer. At a time when the wealthiest people in America have never, ever had it so good. At a time when billionaires are paying an effective tax rate lower than a truck driver or a nurse. Yes, the top 1% and large profitable corporations will pay their fair share in taxes. My fellow Americans, the establishment, including the corporate media and many of my colleagues in Congress, want you to believe that you are powerless.
It's true!
They want you to believe that you cannot change the status quo.
It's true!
But that is a lie. Throughout the history of our country, when Americans...
Just God bless the crowd, whoever is shouting, like, they're losers! Like, I love you guys. I love you guys so much. You know? Because, again, Bernie's killing it. Like, these losers in Congress, these losers in power, want you to feel powerless, they want you to feel hopeless, and they want you to give up. Because giving up makes it easier for them to maintain power. It makes it easier for them to sell themselves out to corporate interest. It makes it easier for them to grift off of their positions, to put up their legislative pens to the highest bidder. It makes it easy for them when folks check out and feel like they have no influence. Make it difficult. You know, embrace the radical notion of giving a shit. Because we can win.
Have stood up and fought for justice. They have prevailed. When the founders stood up to King George, they were told it was impossible, but they won. When abolitionists fought to end slavery, they were told it was impossible, but they won. When workers organized to form unions and stood up to their bosses, they were told it was impossible, but they won. When women demanded the right to vote, they were told it was impossible, but they won. When black Americans fought to end segregation, they were told it was impossible, but they won. When the LGBT community stood up for their rights, they were told it was impossible, but they won.
Hell yeah!
Brothers and sisters, they did it then, we can and will do it now.
It's our turn, baby.
And how do I know that we will succeed? Take a look at this huge crowd right here in our nation's capital. But it is not just here, as I understand it. Today, October 18th, 2025, there are more people out on the streets in more communities all over our country than we have ever seen in American history.
Hell yeah!
brothers and sisters, this is not the end. This is just the beginning. Together, when we stand united, when we don't allow Trump or anybody else to divide us up by the color of our skin or where we were born or our sexual orientation, when we stand together, we will create the kind of nation that you and I know we can become. We can and will create a nation devoted to freedom, justice, and democracy. Thank you all very much.
God, just one of the realest to ever do it. What like, there might not be any kings in America, but like, damn. Dude's a king at heart, you know what I'm saying? We don't have any political kings, but we have kings of all, shapes and sizes when it comes to, short kings, tall kings. We got all kinds of different kings, and in Bernie Sanders, we got a king. No kings, only goats. Exactly, Harold, you understand. Just one of the best to ever do it. This dude has always given off Giga Chad energy before Giga Chad was ever a thing. Oh, so true. So true. We have seen one of the largest protests today in modern U.S. history. We don't have exact numbers or figures yet, but the estimates would put it at one of the largest single days of protest since 1970. Like we are seeing a politically active electorate in a way we've never seen before. At least, as far as my lifetime is concerned, and I'm assuming from my analytics, most of your lifetimes. There are, of course, a few people who were around back then to have lived through larger protests, but Chuck Schumer perhaps said it best, oddly enough.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
Like, people have not been this aroused in a very long time. So, folks, if you enjoyed that or got anything out of it, remember, like, comment, and subscribe. Do the things that help the channel, and let's keep on going. There we go, folks. We've been going for about 3 hours now. Remember to hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, do the button things. And please consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats, because you guys make this show possible. Dimitri the Wanderer, thank you for the $5 super chat. Just got home from the Columbus one. How did it go for the rest of the country? It went real good, Dimitri. Went real good. Good segment. I agree. Folks, remember, this show brought to you by viewers like you. Appreciate any support you can send my way. And of course, we have a little song to let you know what you can do between segments. And that is to click the button. Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the YouTuber Grudge. It is me. I'm not singing. I'm not singing it. My voice got sampled for the song. Um, is there news coverage or is it being ignored? There is news coverage. It's it's interesting to see how different outlets are covering it. Obviously, the New York Times here: no more Trump. Protesters denouncing the president unite across the country, which is a pretty, milquetoast headline, but it's, I guess, slightly better than what the original headline was, which is "No Kings protests draw against Trump draw thousands," which, like, the protests drew millions. So they didn't want to say that, so they're just, they're fiddling around with the headline to make it less impressive or seem less impressive than it actually is. You know. Eyes roll so hard they fall out. Yeah. I mean, like, mainstream media is, like, captured by, again, wealthy elites, and, like, they have a financial incentive to not piss off the Trump administration because the Trump administration is, you know, trying to go after them for being too inconvenient. These new? No, we've had them for a while, Jazz Dog. Let's see here. We do have more speeches to get through, though, folks. And I, for one, am really excited to take a look at them.
Here in Massachusetts.
Oh, God. Stop. I'm looking for a very specific thing. I think we already found it. It's not a very good sound, but we'll do what we can with it. Okay, how we doing, folks? How you doing? We're at the in between before we jump into the next segment. So I do what with the butt again? You click the butt. A click butt, if you will. What time is it where you are? It's like 11 o'clock at night. Sock Monkey Racer. Hundreds of people showed up for the No Kings protest in my hometown of Erie, Pennsylvania. Hell yeah. Wow, Jack Doxes. Yeah. Doing great? Riding the high of the protest? Hell yeah. What if I made fake companies to sponsor the stream with fake advertisements? I'd say that's a lot of work. um Jack, you already know I put in way too much work for the smallest of payoffs. It's true. You do. All right, folks. Let's do it. Let's jump into this. We have so much to talk about. I want to talk about anyway. Let's see if we can make it all happen. That I'm gonna kick that.
Heist of all time.
And we'll do this. Yeah. All right. We got Bernie. We of course have a few other things here. Real quick, let's take a look at Ed Markey's speech. Okay? Apparently it was relatively short. Take a look.
In Massachusetts, we do not bow to kings. We do not bend to authoritarianism. We do not believe in dictators. The nation that we have loyalty to is the United States of America.
I'm sorry, does he have a trans flag wrapped around his shoulders? Damn, dude. Okay, Ed Markey.
Remember everyone,
okay.
They don't win.
Indeed. Big Roy, thank you for the $10 super chat and the reminder that fascists are losers, fundamentally.
And Donald Trump is a walking, talking constitutional crisis every day that he is in office. Massachusetts is where the moral debates of our time start. We are where democracy was started, right here on Boston Common. The abolitionist movement, right here. The suffragette movement, right here. The same-sex marriage movement, right here. The universal health care movement, right here. We are the revolutionaries. We are Massachusetts because we have always stood on the front lines of democracy. That's why Donald Trump has declared war on us, war on Massachusetts, our economy, our workers, our...
Like Pope Francis the First.
Probably, yeah. But you know what? I support it. We first trans pope. Let's go.
Schools, our way of life, Medicaid, gone. NIH funding, gone. Department of Education, gone. Due process and rule of law, gone. The one thing that should be gone is Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and his vaccine policy.
Let's go. All right, Ed Markey spitting. Ed Markey just like spitting some straight facts there. All right. Wasn't expecting that. I could not for the life of me find his full speech. But my God. My God. Huh. Ed no malarkey Markey, indeed. The Malarkey Markey bunch. That's what they call his fans. Let's... All right. Title Warren and Markey's speech. All right. I have so many other speeches I want to get to. We'll bump this one. God.
I want to send it.
Okay. Here we go. So, folks, we got to talk about a guy named Ed Markey. Apparently brought the house down on No King's Day. Let's take a look at what he had to say. I'm jumping into the middle of like a piece spliced together by Boston 10. So let's see if I got the right starting mark.
Not bow down. So let's give a cheer for every patriot who showed up today. Yay!
Yay!
Let's give a cheer for every patriot who says they will not bow down. every patriot who stands up for the United States of America.
I really thought she was gonna say, let's give a cheer for Ed Markey, but like that didn't happen.
And now, the best partner in the Senate I could ever hope for.
Here we go.
Ed Markey.
Wow. Whoa. Elizabeth Warren, a warrior on the floor of the Senate every day.
Hell yeah, he really is. He's rocking that trans flag. Let's go. We need more members of Congress wearing the trans flag as like a scarf. Let's go.
So it is important to be here together in this moment because it is a moment that demands truth. It demands truth about corruption, truth about greed, truth about hate that is being spread in our country. In just 3 weeks, Donald Trump's sons and family raked in $1.3 billion in cryptocurrency from a company that didn't even exist when he was inaugurated. The United States Supreme Court has given a green light to racial profiling in our country. Greed, corruption, injustice, hate. We simply cannot deny the darkness of this moment and the concentration of power in Donald Trump, in masked ICE agents, in billionaire CEOs. Too much is in the hands of too few, and too many have too little. But here in Massachusetts, we do not bow to kings. We do not bend to authoritarianism. We do not believe in dictators. The nation that we have loyalty to is the United States of America.
Let's go!
And Donald Trump is a walking, talking constitutional crisis every day that he is in office. Massachusetts is where the moral debates of our time start. We are where democracy was started, right here on Boston Common. The abolitionist movement, right here. The suffragette movement, right here. The same-sex marriage movement, right here. The universal health care movement, right here. We are the revolutionaries. We are Massachusetts. Because
Let's go!
We have always stood on the front lines of democracy. That's why Donald Trump has declared war on us, war on Massachusetts, our economy, our workers, our schools, our way of life. Medicaid, gone. NIH funding, gone. Department of Education, gone. Due process and rule of law, gone. The one thing that should be gone is Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and his vaccine policy.
Get him out of here!
Donald Trump does not want to make America great again. He wants to make America hate again. But I believe...
Also, can you guys believe Ed Markey's 79 years old? Like, dude's killing it. Like, dude's doing a good job.
That in every dark and chaotic hour of our nation's life, it is the strength and the resilience of our people that have led the way. The Minutemen and Minutewomen who gathered here 250 years ago, they were knocked down, but they stood back up.
They got knocked down, but they get up again. No, they're never going to keep you down.
When the abolitionists were knocked down, did they give up? No.
No, they got up again.
They fought and they won.
They're never going to keep them down.
They were knocked down. Did they give up? No,
No, they got up
They fought
again.
and they won.
Never
When
gonna
Martin
keep 'em
Luther
down.
King Jr. and the civil rights leaders were knocked down. Did they give
got
up?
up
No,
again.
they got up. They fought and they won.
Never
and
gonna keep 'em
same-sex
down.
marriage leaders, they were knocked down. Were they knocked out? No,
But they got up
They
again.
fought and they won. And
Never
that's
gonna
where
keep 'em down.
We are in Massachusetts right now. We are knocked down. We
Let's
are
go.
not knocked out. We are going
Let's
to
get up
We're going
again.
to stand for the right thing, and we are going to win.
Never gonna keep us down.
Because here in Massachusetts, we stand for what is right. We stand with trans people because trans rights are human rights.
Hell yeah.
We stand for science. We stand for truth. We stand with all of our federal workers who are being illegally fired. And we stand with our immigrant neighbors here to make a better life. No to mass deportations of innocent people. No to mass ICE agents abducting our neighbors off the streets. No to a federal troop occupation of Boston. No. That we will not allow that to happen because this is Massachusetts. We do not coronate, we liberate. We do not agonize, we organize. So I'm here to ask every single person, are you ready to fight? Are you ready to stand up? Are you ready to fight for the future of our democracy? Because it is not the rule of Trump.
Can I just say I really appreciate this giant axolotl just illuminated against the backdrop right there. It's very fun. It's very nice. And also finally someone says trans rights. So dude's a 79-year-old man, shows up on stage like a goddamn hero with like a trans flag wrapped around his neck. And he's like, yeah, we gotta fight for our trans brothers and sisters. We gotta fight for our trans siblings. Let's fucking go. I'm ready to rumble. Are you? Let's go.
The future of our democracy, because it is not the rule of Trump. It is the rule of law which has to govern our country. Let us march. Let us chant. Let us raise our voices together. No kings, not here, not ever. We will stand and fight you, Donald Trump. Thank you, Boston, for coming out to lead the national fight. Thank you all so much.
All right, you were just listening live to...
God, incredible stuff. Also, can we just take a moment to really appreciate this sign that someone put up? All right, can we just look at that? Select all the squares with a rapist. Oh my god. Oh my god. What a legendary sign. What an absolutely legendary sign. And it's just fully right smack in the camera. That's amazing.
Senator Ed Markey's speech at the No Kings rally happening on the Boston Common.
God, that was great. Oh my god. Okay, Ed Markey, I knew you were good, but I wasn't familiar with your game. I didn't realize you were great. My god. Damn. All right. Okay. Let's go. Times are making heroes of us all, it seems. Well, with that being said, well done. Let's keep getting out there and let's make the next No Kings protest even bigger, huh? Let's keep going. Oof. How we all doing, folks? That was pretty good. That pumped me up. That pumped me up a little bit. All right. There are two other speeches that I really wanted to do tonight. Let's do Mehdi Hassan next. That was awesome. Hell yeah. Folks, remember, if you're enjoying the show and you would like to support the work I do, drop those subs, donos, those memberships, those super chats, etc. You guys make this show possible. Couldn't do it without you fine folks. And yeah, I'd appreciate it. You guys allow me to do this and eat and have a roof over my head, and I really appreciate that. There are 2 bricks inside you, chat. Gotta go to the ER and get them removed. Hey, Lady Domina, how you doing? Yeah, I gotta stretch. My body is so sore. I did so much like in dancing when I was in the inflatable. I don't know if you guys could hear my bones cracking, but I think I need to keep doing yoga because, like, damn, getting old. Oh, Leanne Scott, I'm gonna be fine. Got the song stuck in my head now. I'm sorry. May I have a link to that last video? Man, I wish you guys would have asked me sooner. I can get it though. I can get it 9 times. Here you go. But only 9 times, and then all my wishes are used up. Here you go. Go. There you go. How do you start proper yoga? Oh, it's like, okay. When I say like I gotta do more yoga, I mean I do baby beginners yoga. Like I do like tiny babby yoga. I use a video by a YouTuber named Yoga with Adrian, and Jesus, wrong video. Here, there we go. Found it. Found it instantly. It's titled "Yoga for Complete Beginners," 20-minute home yoga workout, and it's lovely. It's a lovely little workout. Okay. But like essentially, all you need is a mat. All you need is like a mat, and honestly, if you don't have a mat, you can just use your floor. It's not absolutely necessary to have a mat, but it is nice, and I would recommend it. Also, I'm not gonna lie, like I have been doing that yoga routine for like a long ass time, and when I'm consistent with it, like no matter how many times I do it, I still find different ways to get better at doing the moves. It really it feels nice. Feels nice. Would recommend. Also, the back stretches just always give my back a really nice like pleasant pop back into alignment. Probably speaks to like an issue I should get checked at some point, but you know, like it's fine. It feels good. You know that channel? Hell yeah, Gina P. Watch out about hyperextending and what stretches are safe if any of y'all are hypermobile. Oh, good advice, Ollie. Is yoga good for those with breathing problems? I think so. Yeah, like yoga tends to focus on breathing and like working out breath muscles like your diaphragm and such. So it might help with breathing problems. But again, I'm not like an expert or anything by any means. My back cracked like a Kit Kat crossed with bubble wrap when I went up some stairs recently. I don't know what that means exactly, but it doesn't seem good. Yeah, no, maybe that's your body telling you you need more like support, you know? Also, I do a lot of my job sitting in front of this camera or sitting in front of this computer doing research. So like having something that allows me to be mindful about like kind of sitting properly and like activating my core and stuff, it's helpful for me, you know. Also, it might be fun at some point to get like a yoga ball. I do enjoy sitting on yoga balls. Oh, sounds amazing. I want that crack now. Give it a shot. Early on in the video, I think it's at like the 4 minute mark in the video. She does like a back stretch that's very gentle. You know, just be very again with yoga, just be very gentle with yourself. Don't force anything, and definitely don't do anything that's super painful. Um, but like, there's a nice gentle like back twist that is really nice. Um, give it a shot. Also, it's one of those things where like I know like we'll get back to politics in a minute, but it is genuinely one of those things where like if you get into a habit of doing yoga, like I would just do this video like 5 times a week or 6 times a week sometimes. Like doing that consistently genuinely makes moving around and like existing in your body more pleasant. You know, like you can just you have more ability to do things. Buck Syndicate. Let those of you who give it a shot, let me know how it goes. Genuinely interested. Also, do you guys want to see my favorite picture from No Kings? This was taken either by my partner or my partner's mom at the No Kings protest, and there I am in all my froggy glory, and just someone at the protest wanted to like have their picture taken with me, and you can see literally multiple people taking pictures. I have no idea who those 2 other people were, but like genuinely the vibes were so good. The vibes were so good. River Frog Jack, right? It's the deep state. Start with something like yoga and ease yourself into a workout habit, and then start with cardio and basic strength training. Find out what wears you out the most and cycle it. You want to be tired sometimes, but you should be keeping that in mind, keeping that to a limited time. Yeah, Nine-Tailed Witch, like um getting to a point where you can cycle between the different activities or combine them in different ways is a really fun way to make things more interesting. You should do a stream in the frog costume. I'm not gonna do that because it got so hot in there. I literally had to strip off my clothes and like wrap them around my body because I got so overheated and so hot. I lost like half my body weight in water. Like it was nasty in there. Also, I couldn't see because there's just like a clear plastic, right? Because the air has to be kept inside. So like it steamed up. It steamed up. After we got done, my partner unzipped me and literally steam came out of the suit. It was like I'm fucking exiting a Gundam. I'm not seeing a downside for chat. Is it loud in there? No, but the sound the sound kind of bounces off the costume, so it's really hard to hear things. Apparently, and I feel so bad about this. Apparently, I walked by a number of small children who wanted to like give me a high five, and I didn't see them because again, like your vision is located like right here. You can't see anything outside of your peripheral vision. So I definitely just walked by some children who were disappointed to not get a high five, and that made me sad to know after the fact. Next time I march, I'm going with the sign that says "Detrans this." Hell yeah, Queen Matriarch, do it. Let's go. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Really appreciate each and every one of you who has supported the stream tonight. It really makes me happy and full of food. It ain't easy being froggy. All right. You guys ready? Let's do some Mehdi Hassan, babies. Let's do it. Leaving all those kids high five lists. Well, technically, I left them high 3 lists because my frog hands only had 3 fingers. Because that was adorable.
Oh, I connected frogs in protest to this today.
What does that mean? Thank you for the $5 dono, Nine-Tailed Witch. What is this?
To cross a river, so it approached a frog for help. I'd like to, the frog said, but if I let you get on my back, you'll sting me. Of course I wouldn't, the scorpion said. That would only kill us both. And so the frog let the scorpion onto its back. They swam out onto the river. Once they reached the middle of the river, the scorpion stung the frog. The frog called out, "Why did you do that? Now we'll both die." "It's in my nature," the scorpion said, as they both began to slip below the water, bound for muddy graves on the bottom of that dark riverbed.
Why does this sound like Vati Vidya? Why does this sound like Vati Vidya?
That neither cheered, nor commiserated, nor delighted in the slings and arrows of the amoral universe. "Hold up there, Frufra," the frog said. The frog had been up all night at a Frankfurt rave and was still so full of disco biscuits that its system could fight off the poison for a few moments longer. "You must be very wise if you're so aware of your own impulses like that." "You bet," the scorpion said. "And you must be very clever and worldly if you lied to me like that." "My intellectuals are German, my lingerie is French," the scorpion said. "Then how come you're not clever and wise enough to realize you can resist your own nature?" "Why would I want to?" the scorpion asked. "Because you haven't just killed me, you've killed yourself. You could have waited 20 seconds, then stung me when we got back to land." "Ah," the scorpion said, "but this was guaranteed to work. You can't blame me for being a profiteer. It's the main character of scorpions." "No, it isn't," the frog said. "You just so lack in character that the only thing you know how to do is ruin the efforts of others and kill yourself in the process." The scorpion lit a cigarette as they continued to sink and said, "And you know," the frog said, "the most insulting part isn't that you've done something stupid, it's that you've done something stupid and you're so afraid of just apologizing that you've concocted an entire infantile ad hoc belief system around your own shortcomings for..."
It's really a shame that the creator used AI images for this.
Hell yeah, I love Exerbia. I have all his books.
Well, like, the dialogue's great. I'm gonna turn off the images, though.
Of enough cognitive dissonance to make the Trojan horse blush. You think you're clever, trying to convince everyone that profiteering off greed is the way of the world, but you're dumb because you don't even realize you're dependent on the rest of us for there to even be things to profiteer off of. Ah, the scorpion said. Either you die a hero or live long enough to become the... No, the frog said. The world isn't fundamentally unfair. The world isn't anything. It's just full of creatures that make it so. You're the problem, convincing yourself everything is futile just so you can give into your cynical zero-sum game impulses, which you could choose to assess and discard at any time, and then things wouldn't be unfair. Idiocy is passive. It takes a special kind of idiot to inflict their idiocy on someone else.
Okay, on that note, you guys can watch the rest of the video. Here you go. Here you go. You guys can watch the rest of the video. I'm not watching that whole thing, though. That's right. That's right. You guys have to actually do the work. You guys have to go click on that video. All right? All right. That being said, let's go. Let's do the Mehdi Hassan. Here we go. So, folks, Mehdi Hassan gave a speech today at the No Kings protest in Washington, D.C., and I have been told that he really ripped Donald Trump a new one. And I, for one, am always here for that kind of a speech. So let's check it out. I, for one, love Mehdi Hassan's acerbic wit and also his way with insults and language, and I can't wait for this. Let's jump in. Oh no, rightist audio.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh god, the rightist audio is so bad.
Brothers and sisters, friends, my name is Mehdi Hassan. I am a journalist, I am an immigrant, and I am a Muslim. I am everything Donald Trump loves. I am the Trump trifecta.
Hey, Zeke the Beast.
I'm also a bit of a socialist.
I haven't seen you in a minute.
But
okay, wait a minute. I actually didn't know that Mehdi Hassan identified as a socialist. I thought he, obviously progressive, obviously good foreign policy takes, but like I didn't know he actually identified as a socialist. That's great. That's wonderful.
But shh! Don't tell Stephen Miller, he alarms quite quickly. Can I just say, it is so heartwarming to see so many of you out here in DC today. DC, make some noise! We need to make sure today that they hear us in the White House and in the Capitol. All week, I've heard Speaker Mike Johnson and Republican members of Congress say this rally, the No Kings rally, is a hate rally. A hate rally. The people who can't get through a single day.
Also, I really respect his decision to wear a hoodie with Zateo branding on it. I respect it. I respect the hustle.
Without hating on late-night comedians and overweight soldiers and Muslim politicians and Mexican immigrants and Palestinian refugees and black women and transgender kids and peaceful protesters and Mr. Freaking Potato Head, they are lecturing us on hate? Really? I'm not here out of hate. I'm here out of love.
I can't fix this. I can't fix this. I'm sorry. Now it's back to
I'm
leftist
here
audio.
because I love this country. I love America.
Oh.
I love the First Amendment. I love our democracy.
Oh,
I
God.
love our diversity. Yes, our diversity.
Wait, maybe I can
And
fix
I
it.
am not
Maybe I
willing
have the
to sit
ability.
back and watch our glorious America.
Wait a minute. Let's see if I can fix this real quick. I'm clicking a bunch of buttons. Nothing's happening. Output device. Let's see. Do I got a mono option? Do I have a mono option here? Do 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 do. There we go. Got it. I think.
American multiracial, multicultural, democratic experiment, our constitutional republic, destroyed by the guy from Home Alone 2. Not gonna do it. Because I did not inherit America. I did not inherit America. I chose America. I wasn't born here. I immigrated here. And we immigrants, we love this country often more than the people who are born here because we chose to move here.
Yeah, I changed it to mono.
Swear an oath to the Constitution here. An oath that the guy down the street violates every morning and every night. The great irony is, of course, that Donald Trump is the son of an immigrant, the grandson of an immigrant, and married to an immigrant. In fact, 2 of his 3 wives were immigrants, proving immigrants will do the jobs that even Americans are not willing to do. I immigrated here from the United Kingdom. You want to talk about no kings? The UK still has a king. King Charles III, but even he has...
And he can get fucked too.
Less gold in his palace.
If he comes here, we can kick his ass too. Let's go. Let's go. King Charles, let's get over here. We'll rumble. I'm not above fighting a king. I challenge him to fisticuffs. Okay? Let's go.
Than Donald Trump has in the Oval Office right now.
That's right. I'll knock that dumb hat right off his head.
Even King Charles has more respect for democratic norms and traditions than the whiny authoritarian man-child trying to send troops into as many blue cities as he can. This is a president who says he wants to be a dictator, but only for a day. Well, we are now 271 days into his wannabe dictatorship. He just went to see the Egyptian president Sisi, who is a military dictator, runs one of the most repressive regimes on earth. And he went there and he said, I want to praise your fantastic leadership and your low crime rates. This is who he loves. This is the autocratic leader he aspires to be. And of course, he was in Egypt hailing his Gaza peace plan, which is...
He's an 80-year-old man? Yeah, I definitely win.
A ceasefire, yes, but not a peace plan. Donald Trump, the man who uses Palestinian as a pejorative, as a slur, has no plan for Palestinian freedom, no plan for Palestinian statehood, no plan for justice for the Palestinians who have been massacred and starved and genocided and ethnically cleansed for the past 2 years, including the past 9. Meanwhile, Israel for the past week has violated the ceasefire again and again, killing Palestinians with impunity. Yesterday they killed 7 Palestinian children during a ceasefire. There is no peace in the Middle East because, as Dr. King said, peace is not just the absence of violence, it is the presence of justice. So these are dark times. Genocide abroad, fascism.
I saw someone in chat ask about Mehdi Hasan and on LGBTQ rights, and for the record, he like 20 or 30 years ago. No, not 20 or 30 years ago. Like either 20 or 15 years ago. Had a history of homophobia. However, he had a change of heart. He learned, he grew, and he has, at least since like 2013, has been on an arc of defending LGBTQ rights. And in particular, he has a history of interviewing, he interviewed one of the survivors of like the Pulse nightclub massacre. And like he's a pretty outspoken defender of LGBTQ people now. Because people grow and people change, people learn, and people do better.
At home, which is why it's so crucial that we gather, we organize, we rally like this.
It's true. We love character growth.
We mobilize, we pluralize, we bring people into the tent. We register voters, we defend voters, we become voters if we're not already. And you know, They say we don't reach out to the other side. We don't reach out to conservatives or Republicans, that we're in an echo chamber. Well, let me say to every Republican and conservative watching, aren't you the ones who said no more big government, no tyranny in America? So if you believe that, what are you doing defending masked federal agents in unmarked cars, bundling people off of the streets, including American citizens, and disappearing them? How are you okay with that? And if you're not okay with it, then come over to our side. The side of the Democrats. The small d Democrats, not the big D Democrats, not the Democratic Party. Those of us who are from all parties and none. But those of us who care about saving America so that we can get to our 250th birthday and still be free when we reach 250 years.
Let's go!
Come over to our side. The side of no crowns, no thrones, no
The side
kings.
of birthdays.
The side of freedom, of liberty, of the Constitution. The First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the 14th Amendment, the 22nd Amendment, which says 2 terms means 2 terms. And if you're not worried about Donald Trump trying to stay on for a 3rd term, you should be. He's literally selling merch. So I worry about free and fair elections in 2028. But then I say, why should I worry? I see all of you here today. What is there to worry about? We here today are not spectators. We are citizens. We are not bystanders, we are proud and patriotic Americans. And we Americans, we the people, will not allow our country to be taken over by demagogues and dictators.
Hell
we
yeah.
will not stand for it. So let me ask you this. I need to hear you. Are you willing? Are you willing? Answer this. Are you willing to sit back and let Trump shred our freedoms? I can't hear you, DC. They need to hear you in the White House. Are you willing to let Trump shred our freedoms? Are you willing to sit back and bend the knee to fascists and white supremacists? Are you willing to be the Americans on whose watch democracy died? Good, because people power is our last line of defense. Remember this, Donald Trump has never, ever, not in 3 elections, won a majority of the vote. Never.
Let's go!
And I'll say this to you. I'll say this to you. Here's the man that they are scared of. There are more of us than there are of them.
True.
We are the majority. Say it with me. We
are the
Nobody puts
majority.
Medi Hassan in a box.
Ladies, come on.
No one puts Medi in a box except for this one, where he's safe in the box from bullets.
Louder. We are the majority.
Sake
Yes, we
Tanuki,
are.
thank you for
And we
the
have no
5
intention
tier
of
1
losing our
subs.
country, our democracy, our freedoms to that twice impeached convicted criminal and his gang of grifters. No way. We will out-organize them. We will outvote them. We will outlast them. Because when I see you
We
all
will
out here
win.
today, when I see you all out here today in your thousands, in millions across the country, I have hope. I have faith that America can defeat this fascist threat, this authoritarian mania, this MAGA cult, and save our freedoms. And I also have faith and hope that one day, one day soon, the Palestinians will be free. Thank you very much for your
Hell
time.
yeah, let's go!
God bless you all.
God, it's so nice. It's so nice. Like feel that hope, folks. Feel that hope. It is real, it is powerful, it is potent, and it is present. Right?
With enough neurodivergent people here, we can out-disorganize them too.
They'll never be able to find us in the mess piles. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 sub, Sake Tanuki. Appreciated it. He's called Medi because he heals. Hell yeah. I feel the energy. He's one of the best to ever do it. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the additional 5 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. And also, hello everybody. How we doing, folks? How we doing? How we doing? The solidarity was felt. Indeed, indeed, indeed. So true about the mess piles. Ain't it just though? Ain't it just though? Oh god. I thought he was a trans kid advocate. Yeah. The boundary reflection is like 3 to 6 inches from the mic. Look, I'm trying to improve. I'm trying to do better, but I gotta get some stuff to make the audio less echoey in here. Oof, folks. If you're enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. And folks, really appreciate it if you do. Oh, the bullet screen? Gotcha. We're still coming over speeches. I think I'm gonna save the last speech I wanted to talk about for tomorrow. I want to talk about Ezra Levin's speech, but I want to do it when I'm a little bit more rested. And by tomorrow, I mean Monday, because I'm gonna take tomorrow to rest. Had a local protest at an intersection near my home. Only 100 people, but the support from passerby was immense. Constant horn beeps for 3 hours. Hell yeah, Blue Bandit Jim. What was the speech you wanted to go over to, Dad Smoochin? Maybe I can add it to the docket. I feel the need to say if something bad happens, don't forget this hope. The fascists may take drastic measures to try and crush our spirits. Don't let them. Absolutely, folks. Crochet Whimsy nailing it over in YouTube chat. Eating mango is a delicious, delectable treat, Zeke. I'm glad to see ya. Chicago Union Boss going ham. I do like that. I do like ham. The quality of this speech though is nuts.
Join a union today.
All right, cool. Got it on the docket. For whatever reason, a lot of the videos coming out of Chicago are blurry as hell, including this one. Zeke the Beast, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. Fueling me up, folks. Thank you very, very much. Very appreciated. Yo. Nice try, Zeke. I'll never be green. Blurry from tear gas? No, blurry from camera shit. Something's wrong with the cameras. Or at least the streams. How much longer is stream? I am trying to decide. I think I have some energy to continue. I think I know we're gonna shift gears a little bit, I think. You know, you guys have had big days. You guys have done a lot today. And I think we're gonna shift a little bit. We've been talking about politics for the last 4 hours. And I think what we're gonna do I have a number of things on the back burner, and we could finish up the What If Alt hissed Dad Saves America thing. But I don't know how you stream at the times you do. I just don't sleep. That's how I do
Okay,
it.
so my tism won't let this go since one of my hype focuses is metal. The song J.D. Vance used is a part song about a tyrant, but the second song, Shepherd of Fire, is him being dethroned.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh shit, y'all didn't finish that? It's a 2-hour long podcast. So, like, we made it through the first hour, and then I had to tap out because it was like 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock in the morning, and I had to get ready to do No Kings. But Jack, that was pure hopium. Indeed. And so I think we're going to keep the good vibes going in a different way. We're not going to do What If Alt Hiss tonight. But if you guys remember, you did in fact meet the secondary goal. And I think that's worth maybe tapping into that. I think we're going to do our secondary goal, folks.
I thought it was a song about sofa love.
You know, my brain got overloaded with sofa puns, Sake. So I froze and ruined the comedic timing. But thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. We doing the play? 2 dads smooching? We're gonna do the play. I think we're gonna do that. I do, however, need to stand up and like stretch my legs because my legs feel terrible. But I'm gonna stand up, stretch, take maybe like a 5-minute long break, and when we come back, we are going to do the stage adaptation of Yakuza, which some kind-hearted soul found and added subtitles to and put on YouTube. So we're gonna take a look at that. For those of you who just want a taste of what's in store, again, I'll play the preview. I've been showing every single time we talk about it. Here we go.
風間てめえは桐生ちゃんやないかい堂島の兄の次は風間か何考えとんじゃ違うんだ親父ちょっと待ったれいやこいつは俺にやらせてくれないか俺はずーっとこのあんちゃんと勝負したかったんやマジばっとけ兄の敵はわしの役目じゃそんな関係あるかボケてめえ誰に向かって口利きとんじゃこの親父俺の組の組長に向かって口利いとるんじゃなんか文句あるかあるに決まっとるがうるさいハゲハゲ桐生ちゃん撃ったら俺が親父殺したるからなマジまおとなしゅう往生せえやマジまやめろおらカズマおいおいおいあっけなさすぎるで桐生ちゃんよかったぜロッカーから男の晒し手に入れといて逃げろ弓よ100億行け
I love everything.
早く待ってよほら
I love everything about this.
風間
Like just the way he fucking jumps out the window, like
待ってよ
and the way like Majima just follows him instantly. Like they even have like the jumps right for their characters, right? Like he's like pedaling his legs, and Majima is just like cartoonishly like doing a Wario jump. I love it. It's so good. Absolute cinema, right? We are going to jump into it, and it's gonna be a good time here, folks. But lock and load because it is a lengthy production. So, that being said, here I'm gonna take a quick break. I will be back shortly, and we'll get this started. How long is it? 2.5 hours. So, let's get rolling. I'm such a fan of this camp, right? Just fun. BRB, everyone.
I'm gonna tell you fascists, you may be surprised. The people in this country are getting organized. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. I'm gonna tell you workers, when you cash your checks, they say America first, but they mean America's next. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. People of every color marching side by side, marching across these fields where 1 million fascists died. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. I'm going into battle, gonna take my Union gun, and I ain't gonna lay it down till every battle's won. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. Race hatred cannot break us, but I'm learning quick. Our children won't be sold on your poison rhetoric. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. Here comes a big machine surrounding all your hate, forcing it to surrender. Now it's getting late. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. Oh, take my hand in your hand and walk with me to the promised land. Beat your drum and join the band, and we'll chase away the clouds of the morning. We don't need any more than we are. We don't have to be afraid. There is a power in these legs and arms and the voices that we can raise, saying no, we won't go away. I have heard the crowds of the old and the young when the steel canyons echoed with the songs that were sung, and the streets were filled and the love about to unfold, when another world will rise from the ashes of the old, and the meek will follow in the footsteps of the bold, when we realize what's ours for the taking. We don't need any weapons of war, not a drop of blood will fall away. They are many, but we are many more, and the sky will echo our refrain. No, we won't go away. Whoa, 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 whoa. The time it will come all over the earth. We will lay down our tools, their concessions we'll refuse. When there's nothing left to lose, throw our bodies on the gears and stop this infernal machine. Come on and take a walk with me through this green and growing land. Walk through the meadows and the mountains and the sand. Walk through the valleys and the rivers and the plains. Walk through the sun and walk through the rain. Here is a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. All her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all. From Colorado, Kansas, and the Carolinas to Virginia and Alaska, from the old to the new, Texas and Ohio and the California shore. Tell me who could ask for more? Here is a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. All her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all. Yet she's only as rich as the poorest of the poor, only as free as a padlocked prison door, only as strong as our love for this land, only as tall as we stand. For here is a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. All her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all. Come on and take a walk with me through this green and growing land. Walk through the meadows and the mountains and the sand. Walk through the valleys and the rivers and the plains. Walk through the sun and walk through the rain. Here is a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. All her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all, on us all.
Well, I'm going to start off with a song about a woman who is a heroine of mine. Her name at birth was Mary Harris, and she was born in Cork City, right there in Shandon, right in the centre of Cork. And she didn't stay too long because her parents emigrated to America. And she, in later life, became a union agitator, I think, more than an organiser. And her name became Mother Jones, and she organised or agitated on behalf of the coal miners, largely of West Virginia and Colorado, and she was a great woman. She didn't live in Cork very long, but she certainly had a tongue which could only have been raised in Cork. It's called The Spirit of Mother Jones. Mother Jones is dead and gone, she could no longer stay. No one knew how old she was, but she was often heard to say how she was born in 1830 in the Swede County Cork. But she crossed the foaming billows till she landed in New York. Mother Jones, the miner's angel, must be treated with respect. She's an old-fashioned lady, and you never would suspect that this gown and this bonnet would fill a rich man full of dread. She's the most dangerous woman in America, they said. Her marching up the street with her umbrella in her hand. I can hear her still at Ludlow, where the miners made a stand. And she says, John T., will you kindly tell to me, how could you let your troopers lay them 13 children down in the horrors of West Virginia and in Colorado too? Mother Jones and her miners they never could subdue, and the men they stood and read in their tents and tented bread. And the women stood like a wall of steel, and nothing could batter down. Mother Jones, the miner's angel, must be treated with respect. She's an old-fashioned lady, and you never would suspect that this gown and this bonnet would fill a rich man full of dread. She's the most dangerous woman in America, they said. Now for the horrors of child labour, says she. And the march of the mill children took place in 1903 from Philadelphia to New York. And she says, I'm going to show Wall Street the flesh and blood they squeezed to make their dough. When she died in 1930, oh, the sadness was profound. And they laid her to rest in a Union burial ground. And she lies in Mount Olive, where the midnight wind it moans. Stand up for the Union, cries the spirit of Mother Jones. And the rich man and his police and his pulpit and his press got away with murder, then they'd get away with it yet. But we'll forge a mighty union, and we won't be overthrown, and we never will forget the spirit of Mother Jones.
where she streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, daily, plenty more. Her sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the song, it's from Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Her sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
Put it there, boy, and we'll show these fascists what a couple of hillbillies can do. You may be surprised, people in this world are getting organized. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. I said, all you fascists bound to lose. Yes, sir. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. There's people of every nation marching side by side, marching across the fields where 1 million fascists died. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All of you fascists bound to lose. Yes, sir. All of you fascists bound to lose. I said, all of you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. I said, all of you fascists bound to lose.
These are Woody Guthrie's words. He wrote this song in around 1950. Fred Trump was Woody's landlord, and U.S. Elevator put some music to it. It's called Old Man Trump.
I suppose old man Trump knows just how much racial hate he's stirred in the blood pot.
Okay, I'm back. But also, I gotta say, folks, you are not gonna believe how fucking mad Donald Trump is. You're not gonna believe it. Like, you guys know, earlier tonight, I talked about J.D. Vance posting that AI video of Donald Trump as a king. Well, it should come as no surprise to any of you that, like, Donald Trump, like, retweeted that, right? That's not surprising at all, right? What is surprising is that Donald Trump posted his very own AI-generated thing, and you are not prepared